Okay, so we're gonna be back into RimWorld. For those who haven't seen, oh, and I cleaned off all my save files because I was trying to figure out which colonies because I have ones I played offline and I couldn't find them, so I finally went get rid of all the ones that aren't the one. But we've been playing this RimWorld run, which our faction name is Salt Life for Life, misspelled in two different ways. But the original intent of this colony was to be a whole tile challenge, which is the idea I got I got the idea from FG Squared, who got it from Woe Jess, um, who may have gotten it from someone else. I don't know. But what we've got going on right now is if we look at the mini map here, there's this like little sandbar island in the middle, and like this little bit of shore, and then the rest is ocean. And it has actually been a very challenging map in its own right. We already got this one reconnected. Yes, we do. Because there's no stone, there's no steel. Wood has been very limited. My only place I can grow food is this little area down here you see that's light green. The area I can build on is very limited and constrained. So it's been a very interesting twist on how you play RimWorld. We do have a decent number of mods going, like we have the hospitality mod. Not that I've gotten to use it for literally anything yet at all this run. You will notice there are corpses all over the place because of all the different raids we've run into. We are allied with the fallen whatever, the fallen faction, whatever, that kind of thing. But they've been pretty useless. They sent us support against a raid and literally got wiped out with only doing like didn't even down a single person, like injured one person. We got lucky with an early bionic arm. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and grab more of this for now. I don't have the ability to use it for anything, but the plan is to use it when, like, later on. I do need more rooms. I don't have enough rooms for everyone here, but I'm trying to get my defenses built first. Because we've had some pretty dodgy raids because I don't have a proper defense because it's very difficult to deal with building a defensive situation when your entire map is made out of water. But as you can see, like, I can't build stuff like this fan to get myself any kind of power because I've got 49 steel and there isn't a single rock to mine on here. So I depend very heavily on trade caravans for a lot of those kind of materials. Alright, that's fine. You're going to break stuff in your room. Clara's saying there's a mod that lets you separate folders by saves. Yeah, oh, saves by folders. Gotcha. So instead of where you have, like, save and then all the auto saves, you can kind of, like, have that. That'd be good. I might have to pick up that mod at some point. I did some experimenting on my day off with, checking out some of the other geographical formation, ones. I think one of the interesting ones I found was, it was called Crater. And that was interesting because like this little like cave area or this little open area in the middle that had one way in, one way out to the entire map, and the rest of the map was nothing but mountain. That would probably be an extremely easy tile to do just because it's so ridiculously defensible. There was one that was called Caldera, which for those who do not know what a caldera is, it's when a volcano blows and there's the big hole that kind of forms in where the middle of the mountain is. That hole in the middle is the caldera. So it was a similar idea to it almost looked like this, but this would be mountain and this would be regular terrain in the middle with water in the middle of that. And that was kind of cool. They had archipelagos and all sorts of nonsense. It's been interesting looking at how many different formations. That's from a mod, by the way. All right. See if we pull up that electrical wire, if that'll get us enough steel to do anything at all. Okay. We're gonna keep refusing guests until we have guest beds, because they'll just get mad at us and eat our food. But I do ultimately want to start doing the resort thing, because that'll be a good way to build up standings, as well as potentially get recruits. So that should be an interesting way of supporting the colony. And then the reason I started growing cypress trees instead of the cactus here is to make it less laborious so far as the the human effort side of it. So they take forever to grow, but if I get this whole thing planted, they get a bunch. Because now I have 5 or 6, yeah, 6 dryads producing wood, where every 2-ish days they make 32 wood each. So that's helped tremendously for picking up our wood production. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, every single bed is in use. Because I still need to get the rooms with the other supporting furniture done. I need to get more bedrooms built. I need to get a rec room up here somewhere. Because we have like the little dining room here, which is okay, but I need bigger. So I have inspired taming. Is there anything I want to tame? I could tame these. The big problem I run into with taming these animals is I have just this tiny bit of growth space, and I can't really pen it in. And that's been my only hesitation with doing any type of animal stuff. Like, we still have the one dog running around. The other dog, unfortunately, did die. Got shot in the head kind of thing, sadly. But, I have to be very careful about what I do so far as animals go, because my food is not in great shape. I have to haul the food around too much. We'll try and get there. We do have hydroponics unlocked and electricity. We just don't have batteries or a stable enough electricity that I could get hydroponics working. I also don't have enough steel to do much. We're actually okay on components at the moment. I mean, you're pack animals, right? I can load you. I'm pretty sure you are. Yeah, they're pack animals. Um, do it. And I believe they have no tame ability so far, or sorry, train ability. I'm pretty sure. None. Yeah, so they'll be a pain to deal with, but if we get some pack animals, I can start loading up whatever we get a surplus of and shipping it over to the next colony over. All right. So we did get one. So let's see about trying to get all these extra weapons and all these traded to our neighbor and see what our neighbor even has. I don't want to send big caravans. I want to keep them relatively small. So form caravan, go here, return, add waypoint, accept. You will be bringing the pack animal. And who is going to be the one to go? Sorry. One moment. Let me deal with my nose. Sorry, just dealing with that. All right. So I want to send 2 people, I think, but I want to send people who aren't going to be our farming people. Let's send Sentient Cookie and Progers. That way, we got a melee and a ranged person to support. You've got your travel supplies. And let's see what we can go ahead and send. Let's send... Get out of my way, minimap. Let's send... the leather. Not the big pile of corpses. We've got a handful of weapons here that have some value. I'll keep the spear as a backup weapon. Oh, I have a bio-coded weapon here somewhere. The sheer amount of weapons I've got laying around here. I got a great bow here somewhere. Keep the frag grenades. Get rid of the Molotovs. We'll keep the spare clothes there. So far I'm able to carry, like, all of that. So grab the really crappy stuff, too. Bring that. It's gonna take him a while to load all this up, but this will get all of this off my map. And it's really not affecting our time to travel hardly at all. Oh yeah, I forgot we got a couple marble chunks. We had a another map we went to. And I grabbed that. There we go. That'll do. Okay. Alright, so we've got our caravan getting ready to go. It's gonna take them some time to get working. Yeah, so we're gonna load up the caravan, get that out of here. So that should help a whole lot. And we'll get to see what they have for us to actually buy over there. But that'll be a thing I'll probably have to regularly do is, like, once a season, send a caravan over, buy any components or steel or whatever else they got going on. Are you already moving it? Did you actually already fill that up? That can't be right. You know what? Whatever. They still cleared up some space inside our storage room, and that was the important bit. The marriage is on. Mishgander told Rongur that she wants to spend her life with him. Rongur agreed, and the two are now engaged. Yay! Consolidating our pawns into fewer rooms. Isn't marriage grand? Research known, sterile materials. Which I believe requires heavy load floors, which means I can't build a hospital in this area. I'll probably have to put the hospital up here. The only real problem with doing that is, like, the fighting's gonna happen... Well, actually, no, that's not true. The fighting's gonna happen, ideally, up here. So I could put the hospital over there, and that'd be a pretty okay spot, because I'd have heavy support. Okay, that's not terrible. Alright. Now, also, we'll want to go... Let's see, how do I want to do this? Snow removal zone. And the reason I'm doing snow removal zone is that's what I set for my, I've got a mod that lets me tell them where to clean, so instead of just them cleaning home zone, I can be like, this is where you clean. That way, I don't have them doing stuff like where they clean up the blood in your field kind of stuff. You know, and that nonsense, you're just like, that's a total waste of time, please stop doing it. Because otherwise, if you want to put out fires, it has to be a home zone. If you want them to not clean it, it has to not be a home zone. And you end up with that weird juggle. Okay. And I didn't send them with any silver this time. I don't know what... maybe I should have. Instead I just send them with all the stuff we could potentially sell. I'm using it more to get junk out of my colony than anything specific. Get in there. Oh yeah, flash storm, which isn't a great time. Because literally everything I built is wood because I've got no stone to use. Apparently, Sparrow got struck by lightning. Donkey Duff was a doctor? Oh, actually, Donkey Duff is our best doctor. I've lost track of some of the stuff I have in my colony skill-wise. Alright, so I hope we can keep building up standings here. It'd also be good to run the caravan over there and just give them stuff from time to time. Like when I start getting a stockpile of like way too much cotton, way too much devil strand, stuff like that, I can just carry stuff over and drop it on them for standings. Help make them less of an issue. Alright, so that perimeter's done. That side's mostly done. The kill box is mostly done. We got just this one wall over here. And then we'll get back to building out our bedrooms and our break room and all that sort of stuff. And I did try and put all of that on sand. That way, later on, when I actually have some stone, I can make this stronger. Oh, and do not build a roof over here, because I want them to be in light. And put a roof over that whole area. They won't be able to do all of it, but put a roof over that as much as they can to make it dark so that people, standing out here will take a accuracy penalty due to being in darkness. And then later on, I'll put like lights back here of some kind. Like ultimately, this room will probably move again. Like we'll end up having a lot of that of like this room will be production. Okay, now the production moves over there. This is the hospital. Research, whatever. We'll have to figure that out. Okay, so tomorrow they should arrive to do the trade. I'm really hoping the colony we're getting to has like bulk goods so that I have a person I can reliably go to buy steel. Like, even though it would still be very inconvenient to deal with it that way, that's at least a workable solution. Alright. Okay, so they've arrived. Trade. Alright. So take the leather I brought. Take the dye. And take all of these weapons I don't want. And the clothes we don't want. Okay. What is that? That's an interesting one. Alright, so let's go up here. Yeah, so I'm not sure. It's way past my means to buy, so it's not even worth considering. I'm wondering if this is like the tree where I can get myself psychic abilities using that, but it lets me put it inside my base. It's not super clear on that. So they have components, but unfortunately, oh, they do have steel. Okay. I'm going the wrong way with this. All right, let's double check. So we have 1.8 days of food on us. So I will need a little bit more food to get back. Okay. So I'll do that trade. You cannot afford this deal. Oh, you are right. I cannot afford this deal. All right, look. Perfect. Sold. And they're on their way home. And just like that, we get a couple hundred more steel. And later on, that'll be a lot easier to deal with because we'll have more animals we can move stuff with. We're gonna learn the harpsichord. That's not really what I was looking for, but that's fine. And I'm doing this to try and limit the spread of fire later on. Okay, we can go on the outside of here as well. We have multiple food binges going on. Okay, I shouldn't have to worry too much about fire as is because it's all sand and water, but it's just a habit I've developed that I'm going to stick to. Like, this stuff I'm not as worried about. Even though in theory I could put ceiling over top of this. That actually wouldn't be the worst idea. Because if I put ceiling over here, like that kind of situation, it'd help reduce the amount of fire we have to deal with on that. It would also give us shelter for toxic fallout. We'll think about that later. Right now, just leave this what it is. The shuttle has arrived for Sparrow. Get the hell out of my colony. All right. Yeah, we've got two of the things for our artifact that we can accept. We have a complex we can go to, and then a bunch of random neighbors that we could raid their stuff, but most of them are friendly, and we're trying to not piss off everyone if we can help it. All right, we'll tear down that room now. It's not needed. Now give us a little wood for other parts of the map. Okay. So you're at an extreme break risk because your recreation starved and you ate meat. I did not realize you had a problem with eating meat. Welp. That's nothing I could do about it. You're on your way home and your only food is meat, so my bad. When you get back, you can get back to eating a vegetarian diet if you really want to. I did not consider the dietary preferences of my pawn. Is it because you're xenotype or is it because your ideology? Ah, that's why. Gotcha. It's your ideology. Good, that's fixable. I was like, I didn't think the xenotype would do that. All right. The kill box is so close to being done. The extreme animals. They want us to fight 27 man-hunting Yorkshire Terriers. But they'll give us 10 glitter world and a heal mech serum. Okay. How long do I have to choose this quest? 2 days. Okay, so you should get back in time. Um So honestly, I'm thinking about taking that. That's a hell of a lot of Yorkshire Terriers to fight. But this is enclosed enough that the animals should come through this way and have the slowing penalty of the water to deal with. And honestly, on top of that, I could put my 3 melee here, put all my range just right there, and just pour shots into them. And I think we'll actually do okay with that one. Like I think that's a very doable fight. Assuming that we don't have Pronger have a break the moment they get here. And how long before the attack? 4 hours. So it's pretty much almost right after. So let's let Pronger get here, get themselves situated, and then we'll go ahead and take it. Alright, so the caravan has arrived in Mount Hope. Take 2 seconds and begin conversion ritual. Do it. See if we can't flip Pronger's view and get rid of that penalty right away. Nope, that did not help at all. That's fine. It is what it is. Okay, so you'll be over that in not super long. And you're probably going to go to sleep right away, which will work out because that means that'll go away while you sleep. So that your mood should improve. Yeah, so almost be accept that and almost immediately run over here. Alright. That's right about to fall off. And when that happens, the mood should go like it should be a positive mood, I believe. What's your social app? Yeah, when I failed that, it reinforced your stuff. Alright, 8 meat should fall off here in just a second, and your mood should skyrocket. Oh, what's your view that you hate the spear on you? Ultratech? I can't help you there, buddy. Alright, that said, mood is improving. Okay, I think we're good enough. Let's go ahead and make this party happen. I would like the Heal Mech Serum and the Glitter World, please. We only have 4 in-game hours, so get everyone to position immediately. Melee goes here. And then everyone else just pile in behind them. And then for right now, we're going to go to assignments. And Dion check, you're going to be restricted to the home area. Which honestly, now we could go zone. Or sorry, area 1. Go ahead, all that into area 1. Put that and that in area 1. Alright, so it should be here. Like anytime now. 2 in-game hours, that's at 4. Don't break ranks. Hang in there. Get that shotgun here, that there. Here they come. The Yorkshire Terriers have come for war. Just a precaution, let's pack him in tight so the animals can't walk through us. Alright, those walls are getting trashed pretty badly. And I believe that's sorted. Okay, how badly did people get hurt? You got a bunch of little nibbles. Toll Pouncer got pretty badly nibbled. But got some heckin' Glitter World. You murdered the puppies. I mean, the puppies started it. Thanks for the muscle parasites game. That said, the Heal Mech Serum, we can go and check who we have around. See if there's any bad scars we can get rid of. I know Strider's got a couple scars. They got hit with a grenade earlier. I need room in here. Okay, one thing we can do to help our situation is storage. No raw materials. Where's Donkey Duff? Get to treating people. Now's not a good time, animals, if you do not mind. Okay, are you enclosed? You are not enclosed. We are not safe. Okay, 2 of our construction people, I need you to work right now. Is there anyone who can support you on this? Kalaria, let's get you in here as well. Right, wait, did I choose the wrong one? Construction, we have Licit. Michigander's treating someone. So this is all enclosed up here. As long as I get this area over here sealed off, then we should be good. You have muscle parasites, so you're not going to get anywhere. You're going to be too late. It's too little too late. Actually, they're not going in. They're actually not going in. Okay. Be fast about it. Let's keep an eye out for squirrels coming in here. Fire where? Get on it. Okay, and restrict everyone to Area 1. Cool. So that means they shouldn't be able to reach me now. They're trapped out there. I'm trapped in here. We live with this. Why are all my people who need medical treatment not getting the medical treatment they need? Why are you attacking the door? Why are you attacking the door? Please stay away from that door. Disallow the door. Oh, the dog. The dog is why the door got opened. No, the dog's actually restricted to be in here. Never mind. Alright. Just like Cassandra to be like, you just dealt with a whole bunch of animals? How would you like to deal with a whole bunch of animals? So you've got a torso scar we could heal with the mech thing. Like, I'd wait for the muscle parasites, but we could de-shred the eye. Now, granted, you can get replacement eyes. You've got a scar. You're missing a lung. I totally forgot about that. You've got some scars. Oh no! Why did they fight in? Normally they only attack your doors if they see you go in, so I don't know why they did that. Please don't go over there. Okay, are there any left? No. Alright, well that's fine. Everyone will get injured. It's cool. Okay, so you took a couple hits. A whole bunch of people got a bunch of nibbles. Okay, and unrestrict everyone. There's no need for them to be restricted now that that's done. Yeah, I don't get it. Like, normally, like I said, they'll only attack a door if they see you go through it. And then they'll absolutely just destroy the door. We'll need to get all these corpses out of here, because they'll make us sick. Alright, is someone treating you? Yes. Cool. So here's how we don't have a whole bunch of infections we end up dealing with. And I was all excited that I had the kill box all sealed off too. Okay, everyone's been medically treated. No more injuries. Good. Small favors there, I guess. The good news, at least the squirrels, the injuries they caused are minor. Alright. Trying to think of who I want to use the, Here, let's see. Alright, you want to talk to us at a nearby location? Great opportunity to improve relations. Are you going to put in the toxic waste? Yes, you are. I'm not doing it. At least that's on the edge of the toxic waste this time versus in the middle of it. If I get some masks and all that, I'm down to do it. Hey, Deonchek's gonna have a kid. Cool. Alright. We still need to make that art that's not happened this whole time. Wait a second. Oh, it's not that. You want... Okay, so... We're gonna have to move our ritual room. Because I need to put something that requires heavier support than that room can offer. Oh, good. Insulting spree. That helps. Oh, good. They got into a fight immediately. Really? Well, Pronger just murdered Sniper Spice in a social fight, so there's that, I guess. So that's our second colonist dead. And I guess you get Sniper Spice's room, so that worked out for you. So Sniper Spice, what did we lose out of our colony because of that? I think we still have all our skills covered. Biofuel refining. Okay, that's actually potentially useful. You've still not built that. Did you just not unpack it? We should have a bunch of steel laying around now. Well, 200, I guess, isn't a bunch. They just literally have to build it. Death by social fight is always a bummer. Alright, so production, electric smelter, drop that down there. So we get the electric smelter built. Then I'm going to be able to go and start taking all this slag that's been picking up on the map from drop pod attacks and all that. And get ourselves some more materials. Okay, so we're starting to get a decent amount of wood in here. So it's literally just waiting on them to build stuff. And we'll need to reorganize this later so there's nowhere near as much running back and forth just to cook. Finish sealing off that room. Keep working on trying to convert Pronger over so we stop having to deal with them getting uppity. Alright, the kill box is done. Oh, none of these were sniper spice. I don't believe so, right? Nope, we're good. Alright, so we got our wood supply kind of secured now. Our defenses are coming together. Definitely get there in time. You're extreme break risk because of chemical starvation. You need more recreation. Everyone's schedules are good? Yeah, everyone's schedules are fine. Alright. So it won't be too long before I'll probably want to switch some of them off of wood, but I'm going to wait till we get a nice lead on the wood before I worry about that. Dye, yes. Yep. But we've also... I actually don't even think we have any dye plants. I think I got rid of all of the dye plants since we're so far ahead. Darstrider and Draconic Dork are making an observation about hairstyles. Draconic Dork was attracted and is now Darstrider's lover. Darstrider is married to White and has begun an affair. Who is White? Who is White? Oh, yeah, that's totally fine. Go ahead and do that. It's someone who's in a hostile colony. Yeah, that's fine. Burn that bridge. That's the person I've seen it fair. Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times. It's something you run into a lot with if you have a colonist who's got like beautiful, because they just constantly get hit on by everyone. You know, sooner or later someone manages to convince them. But when it's when they're married when you start the colony, but they're married to someone outside your colony, it's one of those things you're like, yeah, let that happen, because them being married has no impact on anything considering their spouse isn't even in there, and especially when it's a hostile colony too. Like, yep, get him out of here. Why are you starving? There's plenty of food. Making really good progress on the defenses now. That just like they're spitting out wood really fast. All right, so probably not gonna be reliable. I think that'll reach. If not, we can cut across. But by making it so they're in light, they won't take an accuracy penalty. The downside is that that's inconsistent and unreliable power. But if we get the actually, we probably already have it. Actually, don't allow that. Don't allow that. We're right on the edge of being able to afford to do this. We might get lucky. There might be a little piece of steel somewhere. I'll be able to get this online and start smelting all of that steel around. I just need 4 units unaccounted for. Fire foam, cool. Oh, and we did just enter the next season, so let's go ahead and just plan another caravan. So just like last time, Pronger and Sentient Cookie will go. We're going to take all of the pack animals. They've got their travel supplies. Grab the dog leather and the light leather. Bring the human skulls. Grab the damaged helmet, the tox grenades. A bunch of these other weapons that we have laying around here. We have a bunch of steel chunks and all that kind of stuff. Oh, you're probably being worked on by Sniper Spice. I think Sniper Spice may have been our artist. Yeah, we could sell the die. Do it. Actually, wait a second. Nah, it's fine. Go for it. So yeah, after the first of each season, we send a trade caravan. Basically try and keep ahead of this. Now that said, I am going to need to start growing some dye again, but not a lot. So let's go to this field. I'm gonna shrink this edge over here off. And that'll be where we grow our dye. Because rice is one of the ones that gives you the least amount of nutrition per effort. So that feels like a good one to deal with. Yay! Beyond Check's gonna work extra hard. And just like that, suddenly I have a whole bunch of room in our storage room again. Transportation pod crash. You are lazy, but you are a hecking good artist, and I think we're lacking in the artist department. Yeah, sure, why not? Go save this person's life, please. Sorry, Cookie, you're temporarily losing your bedroom, since you're not here for a couple of days. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? There's no giveaway going on. And you also have to do giveaway space enter when it is going on. If you just type giveaway, it'll be like it won't have a name when it's, won or whatever. So I won't know who won. I need to go through and get it cleaned up. It's just not there yet. I'm doing pretty good. Working that. But yeah, no, it's when we get a person ready to recruit is when I open it. That way people who show up to the stream after the beginning still could get a chance to be named. Because that's what we were running into the old way, is we'd have like the queue of redeems, and it just meant people who couldn't catch the beginning of the stream never got a chance to get named. Why's that got like a red? Oh, it's putting a different color background so it stands out more. I never noticed it did that before. That might be a mod, but what I'm referring to is, you see how this is like kind of white up here? When I zoom out and I put the blue behind it, it turns red. So it's trying to make it higher contrast so it's a little easier to see. Yeah, because we get that trade caravan down there, and they manage to bring it up to Steelback and get the smelter. That'll give us a, not renewable, but a way of getting more steel. Psychic binge because serious pain, probably because muscle parasites. That'll do it. All right. Sad wander due to chemical starvation. All right. Did we had some people got, yeah, we had some people who got addictions, and then I basically removed their supply so that way the addictions would slowly go away. Next murderous rage. Yeah, we've already had one murderous rage. Not murderous rage, it was a social fight, but Prodiger killed Sniper Spice just a little bit earlier due to a break. Oh, Prodiger's the one I want to convert and they're not here, that's fine. Guess meantime we'll just speed this up. It happens. It's one of the reasons why I usually don't like a lot of the xenotypes that have the aggressive trait. It's just of how often they get into fights ends up being a problem. Alright, so clear snow, we're good there. Alright. An exotic goods trader. Where are you going? Where are you going? Okay, I guess you're considering that. Sure. Sure, I actually have a caravan point here and all that. But, that's where you can stand if you really want to. Okay, so stuff that they would want that I could potentially get rid of. Nope, the stuff they want, I want to keep. Now stuff to buy, they don't have any steel for us. I don't need those. You got some fun stuff, but nothing you need right now. I'll go ahead and take your components, though. Alright, come on, finish that wall, because the moment that wall's done, I'm going to start building more rooms and getting the rest of this base in better shape. I just don't want to start the construction and I leave that giant hole in this half of the base this whole time. Did you mute the game? No, thank you for someone mentioning... It's been that way this whole time. Windows Update scuffed my audio settings, and nobody said anything this whole time. Okay. Been streaming for an hour and 15 minutes, and no one mentioned that the audio wasn't even coming through till just now. I hate how Windows does that. Whenever Windows Update happens, it scuffs all my OBS audio settings. You thought we was vibing? Yeah, but usually there's some kind of music or something going on. Goes to the stream with no audio? That's understood. Like, I'm not accusing any one individual person. It's like, ah. I'm more just going, crap. Because that means on the recording side, there's no audio either. It's like, all that kind of hurts. Why are you being this way? There you go. Trade. I need the food, but take this stuff. You filled the silence? We couldn't tell? I mean, is like the game audio just so low? Do I need to turn that up? Alright. You had steel. There's your steel. We'll take all of your steel. We'll take your components. I can't afford this thing, so that's gonna do nothing for us. That's gonna have to be what it is. Okay. And you're converted already, which is excellent. So we can go ahead and switch prisoner to recruiting. But yeah. No, it's all good. It was just kind of like kicking myself because I even mentioned at the very beginning of the stream, it was like, oh, my microphone's audio settings got switched. Let me go through and I need to remember to fix my game audio. But then, you know, there's the whole like 5+ minutes of like everything starting, getting it all set up, doing all that stuff, and switching the game. And, you know, in those 5 minutes, I forget. Like, it's on me. Like, I've had different points. I've had, like, a list, like, here's all things you need to do before streaming. Like, checking the audio is always on that list. But I forget. Or, like, the list, no matter where I put it, it's not front and center. I gotta figure something out with that. Because that's not the first time that's happened. Oh, good. You delivered me some wake-up. Alright, come on. Yeah, we're doing way better now. Murderous rage against Michigander? No. That's literally the person who wants to treat you and take care of you. Okay. Do you have a movement penalty on you? No. And you do, because you're muscle parasites. Good. So Michigander should have no problem keeping away from you. Just let the murderous rage burn out. And you're upset because you're eating meat again. Oh, hey! Chip chunks! Hey, Draconic Dork, how's it going? Yeah, let's not have you go that way. You ready to not be in your murderous rage? The good news is, Tulpanzer should run out of steam well before Michigander does. Because Michigander, literally, we woke them up to run them away, versus Tulpanzer was already a good ways towards sleepy time. Go ahead and eat your meal. Yeah, so the fact that he's a Neanderthal and has muscle parasites is working really well for us. Try and go up here. You should collapse from exhaustion pretty soon. Okay. Do you use it mods? I have a couple mods installed. More than I normally do. I do not have an updated mod list at the moment. And that's just because, unfortunately, I grabbed a bunch of mods to try them out. And I've been still, like, removing and adding them. And I haven't taken the time to write them all out. Like, we had the hospitality mod, that kind of stuff going on. Not that we're literally doing anything with it right now. Would you collapse already? There you go, buddy. Here. Alright, no one's restricted. No one's restricted, cool. On your way back, right? Yeah, you're basically right there. Okay. Yeah, so we're getting pretty close to getting that left side of the perimeter done. And I'll be back to expanding the base to make room for more colonists and get a proper rec room and our hospital up and all the other things I need to do. I just don't want to start anything till the wall's done. Because otherwise they just won't finish the wall, and if any blocks are missing, it's useless. It's kind of an all or nothing. Yeah, the trade caravan gets the back with the steel. That'll have us in pretty good shape. Yeah, but like to give you an example, this map, the layout you see here, that's a mod thing that created this weird layout. The mini map up there is a mod, stuff like that. I don't have like expanded animals or the run and gun or Warhammer 40k or anything like that though. Like, this is actually already a lot more modded than I will normally run. Okay, giant break of just days. That's not bad. Yeah, starting to get an actual surplus of wood. Okay. And now finally I actually get to have a proper kill box. Not that we have the correct weapons for the style kill box I'm making, but you know, we'll get there eventually. This kill box would be good for like assault rifles, bolt action, stuff like that. Light machine gun's not too shabby. Stuff that's got a good amount of range on it. Okay, just that last little bit. And then more enough wood for it too, so that's actually pretty good on its own too. Research known batteries. Heck yeah, if we actually get a battery in here, our power will finally be able to stabilize enough that we can start considering hydroponics since we unlocked that early. Wait, hold on that. Those are fine, but hold on building that thing. And the reason I'm saying hold on the battery is I need to get the electric smelter done first, so I can start turning the slag into steel. Because we're getting little bits of slag here and there from drop pods and all that kind of stuff. Why are you... Oh, right, because you lost your room because of the prisoner. That's right. That's fair. It's Rongor who needed the other medical? You're already done. That's fine. Put some traps. It will work even with bows. Oh yeah, and that was one of the things I was talking about later on, is putting the traps in as well. But I want to get the perimeter done. We'll get some extra rooms, and once we start getting that ahead, then I can start putting traps in that in here. Like, it won't go the thing where I force the maze, or we can just fill this area up with a bunch of traps. They'll be wood traps, because that's the only material I can renewably get on this map, but, you know. Mechanoid cluster. Okay, so we have an auto-charge cannon, a sun blocker, a lancer, Militor, a scorcher, and a pikeman. Like, no meaningful cover to speak of. That's actually a pretty rough one. Because I can get close enough to drop an EMP on... No, I can't. I can't actually cover all of those with one EMP. I have a singular EMP grenade. But about the best I could do is put a door here, use this for cover, and try and, like, sneak the EMP around the outside. I don't feel very confident in that one. They have a proximity sensor. They have a countdown. Yeah, I mean, we can try to build the walls right outside its detection range, but I don't think it's going to happen in a timely manner. Because that proximity center goes up in half, like, not even a day. And I only have 4 days to build on it. We might still be able to make it happen. Alright, so there's the proximity center, goes over to this tree, orders, wall. So if I were to do that, though... Okay, let's think about this. If I build the wall here, I won't be able to get the EMP grenades out that far to do anything, so that still remains a problem. We would be able to trash the little units, but that would free us up to build a door here, move up, and then come around that side. Or just leave it alone to, like... Because honestly, I don't care about this section of the map. It'd be the sun blocker that's the bigger concern, and that starts in 3 days. Alright, so let's go zone... It was over here. Manage areas, new area, rename, danger, okay, zone, zone, expand allowed area, zone, we go down here again, manage areas, invert. You call it the danger zone. Yep, and so for right now, we're gonna go to everyone's assignments, put everyone set to danger. So danger should exclude just this pocket here. Because we can get the wall up here, and they triggered a fight. I could stand over here on this edge and EMP grenade as those all come around. But it's still going to be a problem. Because I also can't fully wall it off because it's the edge of the map. That's probably a build a wall and then ignore it and let a caravan kill itself on there. Yeah, or raid. Let something else kill itself on them. Engine cooking needs an actual bed. Just do that for right now so you at least get your treatment. And we will disallow that door's usage. Let's make a bet with one, destroy the mech cluster, caravan versus a raid. Hey, Proger, how's it going? I mean, that's a pretty nasty mech cluster. Like a lot of the trade caravans that'll come in, they might destroy some of it, but they'll probably not make it. It's a shame there isn't a grenade with a much longer fuse time, because I could actually see trying to drop a grenade on that. Because that is close enough that that should daisy chain these two and might be enough to take out the auto charge cannon. And if that's the case, that might just gut everything but the handful of units. Huh. Theo the X-Chrome, making a request. A mechanized swarm has been attacking her settlement. She wants you to signal the mechanoids to distract them while she clears the hive. If you do, the mechanoid cluster will land at Mount Hope. In this, we have units, another sun blocker, proximity center, ridiculous amount. What are you offering for this? Yeah, you can kindly go fly a kite. Is it going to be different and say someone's going to fall in a drop pod in the middle of the mech cluster? Oh, I mean, that's fine. Like, we're putting this wall up here to give us a little bit of safety, but that's the best I can do for right now. And they've told our people we can't go over here. Because they activate, there's only 4 units who can run around. Don't get me wrong, the pikemen and the lancer are pretty bad. The militant and the scorcher I'm not so worried about. But when they trigger this aggro, we can just open the door, back up, keep EMP on the door, and, you know, let that get itself sorted. It's the big thing is all these mini sluggers and the auto charge with them doesn't give me a good angle to attack that all. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've had raids get hit by a rock dropping on their head before. Gunsmithing. Cool. Did you build this yet? You did. Alright, builds. Smell from slag, do forever. Allow. Smelt apparel. Details. If it's below like 50%. Smelt apparel. Details. If it's tainted. Smelt weapon. Do forever. Clear all. Okay, so I'm probably not going to use the axe, the breach axe, the club, maybe a glass, econ knife. We're probably not going to do any of those. We're not going to use the talk stuff anymore. We won't worry about auto pistols anymore. Machine pistols, pump shotguns, smoke launchers, tox pump launchers. So next up is to get that battery online so our power is consistent. That's fine. I guess we'll just have an eclipse before the sun gets blocked. Like, that'll be the danger for me, is if nothing shows up for a long time. But I do have a very large surplus of food in the meantime. But if the food starts getting scarce, it'll force my hand. Let's see, Enix said, so I replaced the broken L keycap with another one. I didn't want to sacrifice any of the keys from the home row, so I replaced it with a pause button. The problem is the key is taller because it's on top row. Yep. When you look at your key, there's usually a keyboard. There's usually like 3 or 4 different heights for your regular keys. We need a game to remember our smite plans, cooking plans. It is always a hassle. Oh yeah. Smith plans. Yeah, like very specifically, the tailoring and the cooking table are the ones that I really wish would retain what you're doing with it. Just so I don't have to be like, oh, something destroyed the table, let me re-queue up everything. Okay, I've got EMP grenades in here somewhere. Where's my regular grenades? Where's my EMP ones? There they are. Well, have you grabbed those just so you're ready in case you have to kick off immediately? Yeah, if you get one of the companies that manufactures mechanical keyboards, they usually set them in packs of like 4 or 6 or whatever, or like the entire keyboard top. And those work pretty well. Like, I use a WASD mechanical keyboard. Like, that's the brand is WASD. But, so I can buy the keycaps in smaller sets. You can buy them individually, but usually, like, individually with special stuff going on, like, silly stuff. Use numpad keycaps as replacements before? Makes sense. Oh. Yeah, because you have a drug problem and... Yep. So you're just going to be insufferable to deal with for a while. Days, I can live with that. Days is a perfectly good one. Just stay on this side of the map. Just put him in jail for a few weeks. I've done that before. When I have a pawn who's just like, you're like, oh, this person is gonna straight up be absolutely terrible. Would an arrow key fit better? For the L key, maybe the up arrow. Alright, so we're getting you converted, so we'll actually have someone who can make art finally. We'll go ahead and take you off of that. Cancel that out. And you're making more helmets for people, so that's good. Risk of break, chemical starvation. We have to let you get into stuff. I actually don't have any stuff for you to get into. Because we had tons of people getting addicted. It's like, alright, I need to get ahead of this. Just another casual social fight. As you do. Okay, so you're all bandaged up. Let's get your shotgun back. Now if things kick off, you've got a weapon ready to rock and roll. Okay. So these muscle parasites should be just about done. And then at least be that pain debuff gone from everyone. Because I think we had like 5 people who got them. Okay. Oh no, I've got the medicine is restricted to industry. Like industrial. I don't have it on Glitter World. And I'm not gonna sit there like every injury switch back and forth, like it becomes just too much of a hassle. But yeah, no, we probably use tribal. If we had a regular medicine, it's just like one that happened to be on the ground. But yeah, no, they're not using our glitter. Oh, is it time? Alright, so, in this corner, we have the Mech Hive Cluster, featuring a Scorcher, a Lancer, a Pikeman, and a Minotaur, 3 Mini Sluggers, and an auto-charge turret. And in this corner, we have 10 people with 6 dromedaries. Equipment-wise, they do have firearms. We're going to go ahead and get ready to support this effort. But we're definitely going to let them take the point. Never mind. Everyone back off. They're not going the way I thought they would. They might just circumvent the entire fight. Cowards. Please don't go that way. They might fight on the way out. pregnancy. I was like, why are you throwing up? I was like, oh yeah, you're like super pregnant. Okay. Still, so we will take a penalty on our trade. I don't actually care. That's 99%. I am going to keep that. We got much that. Take that. All right. So I could take a female dromedary, and that would make it so I can. Well, no, because they're not in a pen, so they won't reproduce. We will take all these things. Take the war mask. Go ahead and take the helmet I said I wasn't going to sell earlier. Honestly, we're just going to sell all of this cloth junk here. Get those components out of the water. Alright. Okay, so we finally finished our perimeter over here, so let's go ahead and get the additional rooms we've been waiting on forever. Because of that, I might actually start being able to do the hospitality thing that we have yet to do a single thing with this entire run. So get those going. Alright. Hey, Tangerine Blade, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Tangerine? No problem. Alright, so we've got that going on over there, and meanwhile what I'm going to do is over here. Going to build ourselves a hospital. Okay, so that'll be our hospital once it's built. Let's also queue up this one for a rec room. I know I'm queuing up way more than they get done in a timely manner, but now none of these are critical stuff. They can sit for a while. Alright, production. Tantrum. No, where are you? Oh, you're already there? Okay. Let's see if we can prevent this. I think it's going to be too late because he hits really hard. Dionchek is the closest one to try and stop him. Nope, too late. Just like that, 47 per components gone. Death rest, okay. Where's Proger at? That's fine. We'll just look at our colony wealth. We can go up. There's a downtick there. Wonder what that was. Oh, right. It was us losing all of our components at the same time. It kind of sucks that no matter whether it's one component or a full stack of components, it takes the same time to destroy. I kind of wish that the for the stack that it would destroy them one by one kind of things. Like I'm okay with them sitting there taking the time to knock them all down, but to give you a little bit more time to react to it. You almost need them in a safe. Yeah, it sucks that, like, the workaround for that oh, here we go. So far, they are not doing well. They are busy spending time just running around in circles with the intent of defending themselves. Come on, please destroy at least one of them. Come on, let's get you in position as fast as we can. Okay, so we got that. Let's see. Of course the mechs landed in your tree farm, why wouldn't they? Yeah, the good news is, like, wood's not actually a problem now. Alright, so problem now is all the rest of them are bunched up in that.
Thank you Tangerine Blade for subscribing for 4 months.
Thank you, Tangerine Blade.
Rual reminded me.
Thank you, Tangerine Blade, so much for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and you used it here, and I really do appreciate that. That's 4 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate that continued support, and I hope you're enjoying your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. So problem I have here is if I can get over here, I can drop an EMP grenade on and shut the whole thing down. But the issue is, there is a lot of fire. And these two aren't aggroed on anything, so I can't get in there to do much. Oh, you're losing your head, man. I'm just gonna have to go for it. Alright, here is the plan. Yell at the top of your lungs and run right in there. And the moment you get in range to drop an EMP on that, just do what you can, Pronger. You're all taking a very interesting way around this. An interesting as in I don't like it way. Okay. Darkstrider's in pretty good shape. You're gonna keep working on this. Oh, also take you all off restrictions. Did you seriously run yourself into fire? Alright, so we're getting the fire put out. People start running themselves back for medical treatment. So Proger took a pretty bad hit. That's it. Literally Proger is the only one who took any hits. Because the good news was that one guy kept popping smoke down here, which was keeping them aiming at them for most part. It's just the one mini slugger up here that was causing us grief. Meanwhile, you don't need to rebuild this. And get rid of that. Cool. Alright, you need to get back to your room so we can do medical on you. Cool. There we go. And we will have you haul those EMP grenades back home so they don't get busted up. Disease infection on you. Shouldn't be a problem. Got some really good doctors in this place. Okay. We still have that heal and mech serum if we have anything that becomes very serious. They got tons and tons of scars that I've been avoiding using it on. Shame the bolt action got burned down because of that scorcher. Still, we traded up a normal quality shotgun for a good one, so that's at least something. Okay, yeah, and Draconic's already got a strong lead on their injury. There's a replacement spear. Trade up your gun. Okay. Start getting the rec room built. Another thing you could probably do at this point is I am getting a surplus of wood now. Hey, new recruit. Okay, so with that, we're going to do give away. What? Give away start. So, if you would like to be our brand new recruit, mug up. You're lazy, who's incapable of intelligent. You're going to be an artist. That's what you're going to do. Is you're going to be an artist. That's good. It's gonna be your life role. Is you're just gonna be an artist. In the meantime, let's go ahead and give you a gun. Go to our schedule stuff. let's see. Alright, so mug up, where are you at? Oh, actually, you're also gonna probably handle animals, but the bigger point is you're gonna do some heckin' art. So I finally get some art in this place. Then what I was going to do is I was going to go over here. We're going to do a wood generator there. I'll do zone. I will build a stockpile here. That will clear. Set to important for wood only. Order. Assemble that. I'm aware. Luxray. I mean, I have enough of supply of wood, I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, tantrum, I thought said social fight. Yeah, like it does rot outdoor, but has 150 health, and it loses half one day. So literally a stack of wood takes a full year to rot. So I'm not worried about that at all. You know, not counting if it gets damaged from, you know, like toxic fallout or whatever. My point is I wanted that to be as close to the wood generator as possible. And meanwhile, you're over here. Oh, you're not right yet. A little... Rual teaches drawing wood. Well, you see, in humid climates and all that, the various bacteria that attacks wood and all that, and bugs and whatnot, they survive better. And so they do the things we just mentioned to wood. And that's like if we were struggling hardwood with wood like we were, then I'd worry about them. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even worry about them because you would use the wood before it has a chance to rot. Like when these trees come up, I'm gonna have so much, like at that point wood's going to be something I'm just gonna have too much of laying around, which is a good problem to have. Oh, we can allow that again. There we go. I was about to assign so to grab the components, I just saw the dog coming, so want to see the dog's already on it. Alright. So, again, last call if you would like to be the artist of the colony, right here. Do ! giveaway, space, enter. In just a minute, I'm going to go ahead and do the drawing to see who gets to have that character as theirs. It'd be really nice if I actually had complex clothing already. Because we're getting well into here and still no complex clothing because RNG. Research known, solar panel. I mean, I'm not unhappy with that. Because at least between the two of them, that could work alright. I don't think I have the steel to do it, though. Alright, in the meantime... Do I actually have you set to smelt? Yeah, I do. In the meantime, let me go ahead and do... Keep getting my hands scooted over to the side. Giveaway, draw. Tangerine Blade. Congratulations, you are our new artist. Named. Welcome to the colony. So far, We've had 2 colonists die since the very beginning, one during this stream. The first one died to getting 1 tapped in the head, and the other one died to a social fight. And then we have gained a colonist this stream. Oh man, you are going to be dealing with that forever. Trying to think if I want to give up a little bit more field. Yeah, we'll do that. So shrink this by half. It'll be for smoke leaf. Then we'll do... Cyclic. We'll just deal with handling the addictions. Because as long as that's gonna take, we're never gonna get through it. So let's go here. Enter 1 per day. Let's see. Use those for addictions. Wait, actually, hang on. Let's double check that. I think I had some pretty hardcore stuff still on there. Drug policy. Do not use those predictions. Okay. Waste dump. You will dump a ridiculous amount of waste on us, 200 something, for honestly a lot of good stuff, but no. Because I don't have a way to deal with the pollution other than to ship it off to our map and drop it. Like, I can't even make face masks right now, which means pollution will absolutely be hell for us. Considering we're making cloth tribal wear for our clothing. All the not tribal wear you're seeing, it's because I've managed to get it off people before they died. Alright, and recreation. Okay, so we can't put that there, that's fine. Put that there. Put this here, later on we'll put a TV and some chairs in there. Alright. Yeah, and we didn't take that one because they wanted us to do the peace meeting in a polluted tile, like 80-90%, and I still don't have face masks or whatever. So I would have just gotten ridiculous amounts of toxic buildup by trying to do the peace talks. And toxic buildup counts as sickness, which penalizes your social. Which means I'd have a better chance of failing it. Alright. Everyone growing their stuff. We got more dye going on. So once I get these rooms started to be built... Oh, there's another thing we should go ahead and get done, which I have been putting off. And where is your... There we go, end table. Oh, those aren't linking. Cancel those end tables. Oh, it has to be like literally against it. Okay. Why did you rotate? Stop rotating. Stop rotating. Cool. Hey, we got our next wedding. Cool. And immediately having a kid. That do be the way it be sometimes. Got married, instant child. Okay, in that case, we actually assign like a crib to every room. And then just the cribs that happen to be in good shape we'll keep. We'll get rid of the ones that end up being poor quality. Because now it's almost a matter of how fast people can build as the bottleneck, not actually the wood. Especially when these come up. They still got a ways to go, but when this forest comes up, we're going to be completely up to our eyeballs in wood. Alright. Let's also do this. Give him another route to run around to get over there. Please stop beating each other up. That's how we lose fingers and toes. Alright. Does need them to lay down so we can treat their flu. So I've got to get the pen situation figured out. Like I said, there's nothing they can eat up here. Not unless they can happen to eat the moss, which I'm pretty sure they can't. I'm 99% sure they can't. Because that'd be an interesting thing if they could eat the moss. My hope is once we get to the point of moisture pumping, they'll be able to like moisture pump a spot up here for... Like, we'll have our buildings there, but have like at least a little area that I can keep a handful of caravanning animals alive. Speaking of which, we're almost at that point of being able to send out another caravan. Okay, so Pronager, Sentient Cookie, you three, we've got all that. And we will take that to drop off. They don't want the skulls, I've already learned that. Grab the spare weapons we don't need. grab the extra regular material clothing. We'll keep the helmet, just in case. Do we bring the money with us? Nah, there's... I mean, I guess we do. It's not much money. Alright, so send. Oh, I see. They're unhappy about the pemmican. Because Protoger is a vegetarian by ideology. Okay, there we go. And before you have a chance to go anywhere... the conversion real fast, see if we can't make it stick. Would you make it stick? There you go. Alright, so in 19 hours we'll be able to do our ideologies celebration kind of thing. Dionchuk is right about to have their kid. Literally that very second. Donkey Duff is injured. Okay, so 88% chance of a healthy baby. Do it. You have intercepted a distress signal. A hostile shuttle carrying a Sangophage master and 3 thralls is having trouble with its engines. You can use signals to draw it down to crash at Mount Hope. Once a ship has crashed, you can fight the Sangophage and his minions. If you can capture the master, you can force it to turn one of your colonists into a Sangophage. I might actually take that up. Healthy baby! Yay! Build the crib right now. Good quality. Well done. So could, like, you... not leave the baby on the floor? There you go. Handle migration ostriches. Another thing we're gonna need to do real fast... is build a cooling thing. Just so that the kid does alright. Where are you? Okay. Where did the baby go now? Where's okay, baby's in the room with mom. That's fine. Okay, so that should keep the room cool enough that we don't have to worry about the kid having to be constantly removed from the room and all that. Alright, so with all that said, let me go ahead and do this, which is give away start for who wants to be our wee little baby. The first baby of the colony who is completely defenseless and incapable of doing anything to their own benefit and may or may not survive through their childhood. We're gonna try. But, it doesn't always go well. Alright. Why are you idle? Oh, let's not forget this is important. Make baby food. That way, if anything happens to Yarnchek, the baby doesn't just starve. There, we're good. Alright, and with that, begin the Jubilee. Oh, here. Once we start at the campfire. Cool. Expected quality 100%. We have a 20% chance of an unforgettable, 60% chance of fun, 50% chance of boring, and 5% chance of terrible. So those are about as good of odds as you can get. So they're all having their little party. Trade. Alright, so we're getting 303 from you. Let's look at all this junk. Do you not have any steel left? I must have come too fast. They don't have any steel for me. That's okay. I have enough food. We could, like, literally just do a drop-off at home without taking anything with us back. I guess I'll take one face mask. Oh, wait, I have to actually send them home. There you go. We had a fun Jubilee. So we got more of that, and we had a Wanderer join. So cool, we got our new Wanderer, who is a fast learner, who's good at melee, plants, and crafting. And who has a Venom Talon. Alright. I forgot. I thought that was the one that gave me more standings with your people. We didn't customize, we randomized those. But yeah, I like free characters. That's always a plus. So let's look at your assignments real fast. Honestly, I'll make you a doctor as well. You're not good at it, but beggars can't be choosers. Okay. We still have a name available for the baby. And then I can get another giveaway going for anyone who wants to be named after a brand new recruit, who, even though they are decent at they're actually really good at melee. Like, really good at melee. Okay, let's see here. I don't really need another melee person. Trying to see what your skills were. I mean, they're really good at melee and not so good at not melee. So I think they're going to become melee whether I want it or not. And that's the reason I kept an extra spear. Alright, well, since we only had one person who entered to be the baby, we know who the baby is. Oh, and we put the so is here. Burb NA. It won't let me do the underscore. Can I do a space? Burb NA. Accept. Alright. So I do go ahead and do this, which is just there, it's official, and this is for the new colonists. Where did you go? Shin, who is again going to be, they're going to help with farming and crafting, and they're going to be another melee character. They really didn't have a lot going for them one way or the other. They got fast learner, which is really good, but like otherwise it's a pretty balanced character. Okay, so we've got one guy with knife. Just kind of neutral on everything. On pause, please. Game, there you go. So we got a nice big open area. That's about the best you're gonna get. Alright, we won the day. Anything else you want to grab? Not the tainted clothes. You know, grab all the stone chunks we can. Because I don't have stone on my map, so I take what I can get. Okay, that's the Sangophage. You're not gonna be back in time, are you? No, you're not. So, is there someone we want to make a Sanguinephage? Do we have anyone who's, like, getting way up there in years? Ooh, actually... No, Draconic's getting pretty high in there, up there in years. Yeah, so it'd probably be Draconic would be the one who'd become the Sanguinephage if we do that. Let's see, sorry, if I seem to be a bit snappy, sensory overload. Gotcha. I mean, if you think it's gonna be like difficult, like you're gonna end up being snappy, that's usually one of those things to like, if you can't self-filter the way you can self-filter is the whole like sit on your hands kind of thing. You know, if you know that's gonna be a thing. That said, no problem. So I do think I want to do the Sanguinephage thing. And I think we'll make Draconic the Sanguinephage, basically because you only got a couple in-game years before you'll be considered elderly by RimWorld standards. That we have to worry about stuff like bad back and all that. Now heal that. We don't have like the proper. We have the tech for Death Threat. Yeah, and I got you, Strider. It happens. Yeah, so make Draconic it, and then we will start seeing what we can do. Because right now for hemoglobin, I've got 70 packs just laying around. Oh, good, we finally got this. Can I put you? You require heavier support. Oh, actually, no, you don't. Why can I put up there but nowhere else? That's weird. That's fine. All right. Health-wise, we're doing kind of all right. Okay, so it's time. Let's do this. Okay, and you've got a machine gun, an assault rifle, and a chain shotgun. Okay, so they have better guns than we do. Oh, Rongor, please. Rongor, run, buddy. So ideally, we want to get them into melee. Will be the best way of handling this. How good of shots are they? 4, 3, 2, none. Okay, so at least they're terrible shots. So it might honestly work out for us to just literally draw them into an open firefight and just go for it. Well, that's not the way I wanted to go. I wasn't in position yet, but that's fine. Drop back here. Get over there as fast as you can. So the good bad news is they're going to start assaulting the dryads, I think. Or not, or they'll just straight up attack. Not now. Scatter them out farther. You're too far back, you're gonna hit people. Okay. So it wasn't the cleanest fight by anyone's measure. How badly are you hurt? Go get Michigander right now. You go ahead and get yourself your new assault rifle. You get yourself a new LMG. And you get yourself a new LMG. Hey JD, how's it going? Are you being treated? Where's your doctor? Okay, you're being treated. Manhunter pack. Alright, assignments. Everyone in Area 1. Okay. So you're death resting, which is perfect. Why are you laying there? Oh, you're stargazing. Okay, I was like, why are you just laying in a random spot on the floor? I don't understand. So I got everyone who's able, we're giving them treatment. Alright. Everyone taken care of. Alright, so we still have Shin, Toll, and Dunk. Which those are all, I think. How's Ato going? It's going pretty well. Alright, come on, please hurry on that. Alright, meanwhile, you're the one we're going to be turning into a vampire. Because you're getting ready to be old. That's fine. Go smash stuff, that's fine. Okay, meanwhile, Shin still needs medical treatment, so get to that. Like, that's what I'm gonna need to do, though, is put a couple points inside my perimeter that when we get those attacks like that one that drops in the middle of our base, that I can run to have a defensible point. Hey, look at you. You managed to beat all those monkeys by yourself. Congratulations. Wait, where am I? Oh, right, the caravan hasn't gone back yet. It's like, wait, where's all my caravan animals? It's like, oh, right, they're caravanning. That checks out. Would you go to bed so I can medical you, please, before you get a million infections and die? Okay, meanwhile... Get to it. Alright, well, there's a lot of blood everywhere. Corpse obsession, of course. I'm surprised you're not dead. Let's see. Wouldn't that be Barry? Why can I not bury you? Everyone's assignments are fine. It's fine. We'll see where it happens with it. I don't really understand why we can't bury that. Hey, you're back up. Alright, need to go pick up your gun once that's done. Why can I not bury you? I mean, I'm getting the colonist unburied debuff, which is no good, but I can't seem to bury the person again. And I don't really know why. So we've reassigned this to Alpin. Assigned to colonist Alpin. They tried different pawns. Let's just have it hauled and see if it resets. The caravanners arrived. Yay! Inspired surgery on Michigander. Toxic buildup initial. Oh, they must have cut through. Okay, that's fine. There we go. So I'm trying to decide what I'm doing with the Sanguiphage, because usually when the Sanguiphage crashes, when you gene take them, they die because they are still regenerating. But this time they haven't. And I'm kind of lost what I want to do with that, because they're unwavering, so I can't recruit them. And I don't think I want to keep them around for 2 full years to make a bunch of people Sanguiphages. Well, to slowly build up. I could potentially forced implant and get 2 Sanguiphages out of it. Or we can just finish them off and be done with it. Alright, well, let's first take your clothes, are probably good. What I can do in the meantime is try to deliberately cause a bleed. Just so that person doesn't get back up. There, that'll do. That means they'll never get back up, because they'll never be able to recover. Then I gotta figure out what we're doing with this person. Hey, Butte, how's it going? Because it might be worth my time to make one of these other ones. Like, as our colonists get older, where we have to worry about, like, the elderly stuff taking into effect, like, dementia, bad back, all that. We can use this to get around the worst of that. Got wood? Oh, we've been doing pretty good on wood so far today. You know, achievement connection in this world. To be fair, we also don't have to worry about actual, like, vampires and all that kind of stuff in the real world either. Eventually they will die from the hemogen craving. I want to say, I think that'll kill you eventually. Like if they don't get hemogen for long enough. We'll see. And you should get up relatively soon. And there's your spear. Yeah, so 11 hours you'll get back up and then we can grab the spear and all that. Alright, I still need to make a stone cutting table, don't I? I'll deal with you in a moment. Never mind, we'll wait till you have more wood. So you're attacking immediately. Lots and lots of imps with bows. Okay. Grab you 3 and put you at the door. That's annoying. Don't do that. What are you doing? Aw, don't bully my... Hey, wait a second. Don't do that. Hey, buddy. Now's not the time. Would you please take a hit and die? Would you stop lighting fires? I've killed all but like 3 of you. Wow, you are a terrible shot. Okay, just get in there. And sorted. Do we want you? Underground or abrasive T-Teller? No. Oh, but I do need a lung, don't I? Hey, buddy. It is really unfortunate that you visited because I happen to need a lung right now, and you are, how we say, disposable. So, yeah, that's not gonna go well for you. Now, who was it that needed the lung again? Ah, it was Rongor. Let's try and get ahead of this fire in the meantime. Okay. Now, how you doing over there, Mel? How's the laying on the ground and bleeding a whole lot doing for you? That's fine. There's just so much fire. Meanwhile, for you, we're gonna go on to Draconic. You no longer firefight because of Sangophage. You'll panic anytime you see fire. Roof is collapsing. Oh. I really wish the rain would show. A wake up binge, but I think I have like 1 unit of wake up on the whole map that he brought, and that's it. I have 4 units of wake up. I understand. Okay. Looks warm there. Yeah, it's just the unfortunate thing with fire. Like, that's just gonna be our life, because I have no source of stone, really. Let alone do I have areas I could build stone on. So fire is going to be a constant threat. It's also kind of a jerk thing that the game is just not raining. Just letting it all burn. Okay, if I was to force implant a second person... Oh, wait, don't we have Shin here? You still need to be named, right? Do we have a poll going for that one? We do. Okay. So let's go ahead and get Shin named after someone. So I'll do... giveaway... draw. And congratulations. Our new melee person who, I don't remember what they do. Carius, and named. What do you do here again? Alright, that's right, crafting and planting. Oh, please feed the baby. That's not your mom. Who's your mom again? Dionchik is. Oh, you're already on it. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Okay, so we get to rebuild all of the walls that collapsed. I'm sorry to go to order, forbid, all of this, that can actually stay there, that'll be fast. Aren't you down? Okay, I mean, I'm going to punch you in the face. Alright. That said, how would you like to give up a lung? Who needed the lung again? Is Ronger, right? You need a new left lung. That is fortunate. We do have a new left lung on. We do have a new left lung available. So let's go ahead and get that sorted out. Should have thought about that before you raided. Okay. Come on, left lung me. Surgery failed. And let's try again. And I know I should wait till he recovers, but you know. I have a need for left lung and I don't feel like waiting. And just like that, left lung has been acquired. And with that, prisoner, you're free to go. Your contributions to the colony have been noted, and we thank you for those contributions. So, with that, we're going to say operation. Install left lung. Overview. And we'll let them use glitter. What happened to you on holiday? This used to be a family RimWorld stream. I mean, normally that's the thing. I normally don't do a lot of like cannibalism, that kind of thing. But I'm also not against doing like when, you know, I do have a need for one of my colonists to... Wait, don't try and rush. Why? I do not want you to do that. I want my very best doctor to do that. But, like, I am willing to do stuff like that when I do actually really need it. Let's see, how are you enjoying RimWorld? Sorry, War Crime Simulator? I enjoy it a lot. I've got thousands of hours in the game. Like, I'm not new to the game at all. Do it. Hey! And just like that, Rongor is all better. It's like you never got your lung blown out in the first place. Alright, so the reason I said not to build these rooms, why I disallowed them all, is so I go through and start repairing all the damaged walls. But I know it's like the same thing, like, when the colony is actually starving, you know, I will cannibalize when I actually have an immediate need. You know what? Honestly, go for it. I don't want to take injuries by trying to stop you again. But, when I have an immediate need and a character I don't want, so far as a prisoner, I'll do stuff. But it's when people are like, you should just cannibalize everyone. You should organ harvest. You should have an organ farm. Like that kind of stuff. I don't do. Hey, leave the dryads out of this. Jay says, after the first 1,000 hours, all RimWorld, meme-centric stuff has passed. Yeah. So, I keep debating... Okay, is there anyone else here who is getting up there in years? Or I gotta worry about old age stuff starting to negatively affect them. Tangerine is at 59. That's not too bad, but it is up there. It's at 59. So Tangerine is probably our next oldest person. Draconic is already sanguine, so we don't have to worry about that. Yeah, let's do it. Goodbye, Mel. Okay, so we now have 2 vampires in our colony. Oh, actually, in that case... Hey, man, I hate to be the one to tell you this, but you're probably not going to get to leave. So, prisoner, convert, health, operations, add... Oh, you have... We'll wait on that. We'll wait till you can recover your blood. Actually, Hemogen Farm. It is what it is. I'm gonna have to have a reliable source. Normally I prefer to make my melee pawns into the Sanguiphage because I get a bonus there. I'm mostly using it to keep age from being a, you know, a pain point. Because when they start getting stuff like bad back and frail and dementia, really, it can take a good pawn and like really make them hard to work with. And Sanguiphage is one of the ways to mitigate that, since they don't age. Oh, meanwhile, before I forget, Rongor, health, operations, back down to normal. Because just want to use the Glitter World to make sure we were successful, well, to give us the best odds of being successful on that surgery. So heat stroke on you. Like, or doing mods again and bionic spine and stuff to replace all. Yeah, I mean, any difficulty you run in the normal game, you can answer, or you can mods. Like, that's true of pretty much every game in existence. Like, well, this is how you deal with this, or you can mods. It's the reasons why with, like, Project Zomboid, whenever people would ask questions, I would always present it as the vanilla thing and never mention the mod side of thing. Because otherwise, absolutely everything would be like, you can, with mods. And that's kind of not useful for people who are learning games and that kind of thing. But no, there's mods to deal with everything. Yeah, starting to deal with some heat stroke concerns. Hey, Alpin, how's it going? You think Lucy fixes some things? Yes, Luciferum will fix some conditions as well. I think Luciferum can fix dementia is one of the things I believe it can fix. They just gotta play the game of you on Luciferum. Which is, it's sometimes worth doing, but it's definitely something you want to put some thought and consideration before you start getting your people all up on the Luciferum. That Luciferum will come back to haunt you. It goes better than it does for my pawn, by the looks of it. Yeah, we've only lost 2 colonists, and you're the first one to go. You got unlucky and you took an arrow to the head. Like, 1 hit and done. RNG said, it's time. And then the other one died to a social fight. Which would be Sniper Spice. That do be the way RimWorld happens sometimes. You'll take 1 single hit from a low caliber weapon, it'll be like heart blown out. And you're like, oh, well, I guess we'll die. Alpin used to be a colonist like us, but then they took an arrow to the head? Yup. Oh, good. Food poisoning. Excellent. Our colonist has its first babby. Doing babby things. Alright. So we did lose one of our dryads during the raid. But that's okay. Those will be grown soon. And then I'll be back to, you know, just not being able to handle the amount of wood we get. You did in person, can't let you have an easy time on the rim. It's like the Matrix, but instead of like slowly dipping out of the way of the shot, you're dipping into it. Alright. So we can't make this happen. Trying to get our last person converted over to be the same as everyone else in the colony. Who went down? Why did you go down? What? Effective! Reform ideology, yay! Meanwhile, Tangerine needs to be rearmed. There should be an assault rifle in here, so let's get that. Okay. So, time to reform our ideology. And as I've done in the past, we've always had the rules that, like, I can only change 1 thing. Let's see. So we could add blood feeding. That would require us to take on cannibalism preferred, which I'm not super excited about, because that's always been one of those things that people there. Can I do like the blood feeding here? Blood feeding. Blood feeders revered. Okay, there's our change. That way our people don't have a huge issue with the 2 people we now who are vampires. Alright, so you want 2 colonists for 7 days? Deal. And for the 2 colonists, it's gonna be Predator and Sentient Cookie. You are converted? Yes. No, actually, you're not converted. Well, that's not what I want. Okay, so Sentient Cookie is one of them. If this would get off my screen. I will send Proger. Cool. Maintain our alliances. See, our good news is we've been up-teching our guns quite a bit. What is that gun there? Chain shotgun. Yeah, so we've been up-teching our guns from the assaults and everything, which is always a plus. And then once we got all these torso and head injuries recovered, you know, I need the prisoner to not resist, if you will. It's going to be some pretty grim things happening in that room, is the way I will put it. Hey, a masterwork wood dresser. How many colonists am I up to now? 5, 10, 11, plus baby. We've got 2 married. So I think I'm short 1 bedroom? Major break risk due to chemical starvation. Yeah, so where we harvested that organ, this is the reason why I don't make all that stuff happen, is, with the harvesting the organ kind of stuff, we get a 4-day debuff that's not super awful. But yeah, so the other day people were saying, no, you don't take a penalty for harvesting organs. Yep. And Claria was completely uninvolved in that harvesting of the organ. Wasn't even the doctor who did it. So it's only if you do stuff like, organ use, like cannibal, psychopath, bloodlust, those ones will circumvent it. There's like lots of ways to get around it, but by default, those are things they don't like. General things happen to the prisoner, like what? They're gonna have difficulty walking after a while. They'll be tied to a chair and forced to watch YouTube Rewind 24/7. Crisis of belief. That's fine. Okay, buddy. So, I hate to be the one to tell you this. You are catatonic due to your drug withdrawal. Immerse and kill the poor devil. I literally need them for blood. We have vampires in the colony now, so just unfortunately there is a need for blood now. Because I was actually going to release him, I was like, wait a second. When I run out of medication, it's going to be hard to get hemogen. So I could use the hemogen as a way of grinding up our medical skill as well as dealing with that. What's interesting is it's saying no blood feeder master. Is it because our leader isn't a blood feeder? Because if that's the case, that kind of sucks. Now, good news is it's only -1, so it's really not that big a deal. Okay, and you have your 2 dryads. You're waiting for one to be replaced, and you have your 2 dryads. Oh, they keep building the furniture. That's what all it's going to. Okay, hang on. Orders. Forbid, 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 forbid. Because I need them to rebuild that wall. They're just burning all the pine and wood on the furniture and all that. And then once that's done, we'll reopen everything back up. Surgery failed. Of course it did. We'll slowly get better at being a doctor. Someday. Maybe. Bill, shred mech, do forever, go here. Remove smash mech. Make simple helmet, do it until you have one of at least 60%. Make kid helmet, do it until you have at least one of 60%. Go to this, take those off here. And turn that machine off because it's not being used. Alright. I'm not gonna make the bolt action guns and all that yet. We'll get there. Getting almost the last of trees all planted, all our fields are planted. Okay. Oh, that's actually not too shabby. Because really, they don't have almost anything long range. Alright. Let's see if we can't bully. I wonder if they'll just attack because they can't get a position to construct stuff. Because I want to bait them out a little by little. Who's the laggard? Who's the laggard? Oh, you're not even gonna remotely get to be part of this. That's fine. Okay. All of your accuracy sucks. I understand it's raining terribly. Alright, let's back it up. Force them to come out of their cover. I didn't think it was that kind of thing. Please. Alright, so you're not in horrible, horrible shape. Alright. Okay, so you're all in pretty okay shape. You rescued Donkey Duff. Oh. Do we want to chase you down? Not really. I'd rather... Yeah. Okay, is there any of these that we want to grab? Honestly, just grab as anyone we can. We're just gonna grab them all. Okay. Did you die somewhere? Yeah, you got in a social fight, and the person who you got in a social fight with killed you. Yeah, it's gone, that's fine. Alright, so you have 8. Oh, you are right about to die. Hang on. Who is the nearest person who could do any kind of medical to you at all? You know what, Kalaria? You're not a doctor. You can never do doctoring, so never mind. Okay, there we go. Oof. And Kalari is in deep trouble as well. But is super powerful. There we go, so not a whole lot. Okay, so you're not gonna die. That is amazingly powerful, by the way. Alright, so Donkey Duff is down, has 6 hours already being carried away. You're in no immediate danger. 8 hours, you're already being carried away. Okay. And you're deathless, so I don't have to worry about that. So on all that attack actually went pretty well. I really need you to get this person home so we can get them all tended. Oh, prisoners gonna die instantly, that's fine. Yeah, whatever. Okay, just go in there for the medicine, that's fine. It wasn't one of ours that just died. Must have been another prisoner. Alright, come back to that later. Oh, that's not who we're looking for. It's you. Look. You really want to die? Because it really feels like you're asking to die. Disease, infection. What are you doing? Do not go up that far. Please tell me you didn't kill this person by running across the entire map to grab the one medicine the person dropped. Alright, Kalara, you can't doctor. Tolpanzer is down, so can't do it anyways. Donkey Duff is down, so can't help. Rongor. Just run over there and do your best. Okay. So many people still need medical treatment. Don't go to sleep. Until everyone's treated, there is no sleep. People are gonna die. Alright, who else? Don't worry about the prisoner. Deal with their own. That's fine. You're a deathless character. You can play there. I'll deal with you in a minute. Alright, so you're feeding people. Oh, you're already being rescued? So the problem is, of our 4 doctors, 3 of them are down and the other one's injured. Alright, so you're tending to the next person. Oh, come on. Our prisoner died from blood loss. I could actually just ignore that, honestly. So you are the only one who needs medical treatment. Okay, so take off self-tend. That's fine. Okay, so you're back up. You haul that back so no one runs up there. Re-equip your gun. Just deal with it. Why are you not being treated? Well, you're not being treated because you're not in bed right now. Open up to glitter. Yeah, I'm gonna set both the ones with infections to take glitter. Where are you and why aren't you in bed? Alright. Just so much injury. Okay, we'll set you back to normal. I'm guessing you get high, is that what happened? No, I'm not sure. Okay, and everyone's feeding everyone, just trying to get everything back online. Okay, you're gonna beat your infection. You're gonna beat your infection. So that's good. Nobody's starving. So you're back up. And you can go equip your spear again. And get your shotgun back. Alright. So now I gotta figure out where the other weapons disappeared to. We had 3 melee weapons that we went in here. There's the one up there. There should be another spear and there was something else. There's your spear. Oh, it's a thrumbo horn. That was the last one. We have a thrumbo horn here somewhere. Deal with that in a minute. Okay. Not gonna mess with a bunch of cobras, it's fine. Where is the thrumbo horn? There it is. Alright, you're catatonic. That's fine. Because of the drug withdrawal. Okay, well the colony is coming back. After that, like, just rough... it wasn't... There's only 1 or 2 people who had actually, like, serious injuries, but it was just a ton of little injuries between everyone. That I got worried about the infections getting away from us. Fortunately, we didn't take any losses in that fight either. Okay. That said, we're gonna be playing catch up on a lot of our... Alright, that's suboptimal. I mean, we already have a bunch of stuff in a bunch of these rooms. So I think we're actually okay. Like, people have to, like, leave their bedrooms and go get taken care of, but that shouldn't be that big of an issue. The only one we'll have to probably deal with is, Pull Ponzer might have to be picked up and carried to another room. And how are you doing? Still a lot of injuries. We did lose our easy source of blood. Luckily, I've still got 60-something hemogen packs, so that's not that big a deal. And if it gets bad enough, we can feed on our own people. Okay. About to get all of our dryads back up. Okay, is there anyone that would justify using a heal mech serum on them? Because I've been holding on to it for a serious injury that can't heal on its own. Has everyone already converted yet? No, it's Proninger is the only one that's not converted. They're not here right now. They're on a mission. Them and Sentient Cookie. Oh, good. You're back up. Once you melt that slag, go get your Rumbo Horn, and everyone's back in fighting shape. I just gotta get the walls restored so I can actually, you know, do a decent job fighting. You don't really need any of those weapons. We do have these components I'd like.
Thank you Visnes for subscribing for 4 months.
Thank you, Varnus, for the tier 1 sub. That's 4 Munchman sub to the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a lot, and I do hope you're enjoying your advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for that continued support. It does mean a lot. One moment. Michigander saying, is there a decent gun up in the pig area? Not really. They've got the revolver and a handful of shotguns. And then there's the incendiary launcher, which I don't want. Like, incendiary launcher can be useful for a couple of things. Honestly, right now, iguanas. Oh wait, I can't not fight you. There's a big hole in my defense. Okay, so who's carrying Michigander right now? Donkey Duff. So Donkey Duff is not getting into this. For the moment. Everyone else, form up. That's unfortunate you're way over there. Alright, so there's 21 of them. Why did you go down? Medical emergency. Heat stroke extreme. Oh my goodness, please. Not right now. Sleeping recovery hypothermia? Alright, you stay there. You stay here. Only 139? Yeah, no, it's super hot. Like, I get that part. You stay here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we need to just try and deal with these. In the meantime, you run up to join here. Do not use this door. So we need to be quick about this because of the heat wave. Come on. I really need them to get here. Slowly chipping away at the population of them, but this is all making it so I have so much cover I don't have a good place to fight them. I just have to pick them off as they move through. Let's try and roll up here. Be fast about it. Still a couple more. Reposition you down to help on this front. Is that all of them? There's one more. Okay. Everyone start tending to yourselves. You are good here. You went down. Okay, so we only had 2 people who took injuries that whole time. Now is not the time for that, man. Now's the time for you to go to bed. Because you're the one in the most danger right now. Alright, so you grab this person and walk him into the cold room. Okay. Like, everyone has heat stroke. It's serious on all of them. New plan. Literally everyone into the room. You're down, so you carry them. Everyone in. I need you to cool off for a minute, then you can go do whatever you're going to do. You go back to treating them. Taking the ones that have dropped down to just initial heat stroke and let them back out. No. You're being treated. I know you're trying your hardest to die, because RimWorld just is like that, but you're being treated. Where's the other spear? There you are. Trying to get a bunch of these things off so I could try and watch the heat stroke closer. Okay, so your heat stroke's not really moving very fast. Okay, so your heat stroke's improving. Why do you not have a door? Cool. Alright. So unfortunately everyone's gonna have to like hide in their rooms just trying to not die of heat stroke for a little bit. Why are you standing in the door? Is that really the ideal place to, you know, look at the art is with the door open? Oh, no one's under restrictions. Okay. Yeah, no one's under any restrictions right now. That's fine. Hopefully this heat wave lets up pretty soon because 130 degrees Fahrenheit outside kinda sucks. Okay. So if I do plant the next dryad tree, I don't think I'm gonna have it give us wood, because I think the 6 dryads giving us wood is plenty. Like, the only reason we've fallen behind and all that is because of, you know, all the injuries and all that. We're just not getting anything done. Hey, colonists have been returned. Welcome back. And for the very first thing we're gonna do now you're back is let's go ahead and talk about your heresy. No. I said we're talking about your heresy. Why are you not doing it? Okay, fine. I will manually tell you to stop moving entirely. There we go. The heat wave is over. Thank goodness. Alright. Just people being a little bit too much heresy going on here. Alright, so we have a normal statue. Let's go ahead and put that in the dining room. We got that wood coming in, so hopefully we get our perimeter fixed before we get a proper raid that I won't be able to defend because my defenses are all compromised. Those trees are coming along nicely. We're gonna have another baby in the colony pretty soon, which will be another bundle of joy. Transport pod crash. Hey, buddy. You seem like the perfect candidate for someone who wants to be used as a human blood production building. Because that blood isn't going to produce itself, and we got vampires and they got a hunger. Deal with that in a moment. You're gonna break stuff because you observed a rotting corpse. Sure, have a good time. Hey, where'd you come from? Oh! You were the one carrying this person. That is unfortunate. Well... We're not gonna have time to drag that back. We're gonna be lucky if she even gets there in time to save him from bleeding out. Nope, it's gonna be too late. Poorly timed break did them in. Almost. Well, that's unfortunate. Why are you... You killed the dog. You're surrounded by food and you went, wah, I'm hungry. And then you killed the dog. The dog deserved better. Where is the dog? The dryad also deserved better. All right. Rude the dog. Like, the dog has been with us since the beginning, has done nothing but good stuff. The worst thing is I don't even know where the dog was. When it died to deal with that. Well, there's the dryad that they killed. I have no idea where the dog died. Alright, so who's gonna get that tree? That could be Proger. That'd be a good use for it. Proger, where are you at? There you are. Why? Oh, okay. Alright, so I don't think we do another wood tree. I'm thinking we do a carrier one. So basically that one will haul to replace our 2 dogs that we lost. Wait, are you taking all the wood here? Is that what's going on? How much wood is a sculpture? 100. Okay, for just a moment. That's our problem at the moment, is you're... Fine. That's eating up a bunch of our wood that is needed for the defenses. Okay. Oh, you need to have your weapon replaced. I've lost track of where your weapon is. I don't remember what you had. A heavy submachine gun will work, though. Okay. Oh, I didn't... Okay. I missed the platform. That's where the other place all wood's been going, is building that platform to go around. Again, still wish there was, in the vanilla game, where I could say, that's priority 1, that's priority 2, that's priority 3. So far as, like, within construction. Like, be able to say, this is the high priority construction, that's the low priority construction. I still wish that was just vanilla RimWorld, considering almost every other game in this genre has that system. And then you stop running into stuff like that where they're building this stupid bridge when you have something that's very urgent that needs to be done. I don't like having to micro to turn around and be like, no, that thing I told you to do, don't worry about it anymore. Now it's off the agenda. Because I can do, like, defense stuff is priority 1, important support stuff is priority 2, and then just everything else priority 3. Like Oxygen Not Included does. Alright, so I got the components stored. Alright, if you'll bear with me, chat, I'm going to slow down time for a moment, because I need to quickly run over and use the restroom and all that, and I'll be right back in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Was having a quick discussion about what dinner plans were. What are plans for dinner with Tomb? She's ordering us food. Okay. Because normally it's around now that we'll be... Like, that we normally switch the games. I would go a little bit longer, just since we're ordering food and all that. What are the plans? Sounds like we're going to order a pizza. Well, ordering pizza. Not a singular. Ooh! I don't have the metal to do that, so it doesn't matter. But a prof... Super Personic Core? Getting an Archotech leg and a Super Personic Core when tech-wise we're not even to microelectronics is really nice. Unfortunately, how much does the helmet require material-wise? 40. Yeah, I physically can't make them. As much as I want it, I don't have what I need to be able to produce enough helmets. Alright, production. Stone cutting table. And the biofuel refinery. Okay, that'll be alright. And I'll end up having to turn on and off machines as we go, which actually I am going to be able to have enough steel. I don't think we'll be able to make it happen. How long do you have for that quest? It's 5-ish days to make 10 helmets. Sorry, 18. Never mind, I don't have that kind of time. 18 helmets is a bit steep. It'd be really nice if we get our advanced clothing. Because if we can get the advanced clothing going at this point, like, I have enough cotton and Devil Strand to make all the clothes we could possibly want. Oh good, we got our wood-fired generator finally up and running. Okay. Insulting spree. And Michigander is doing the having a baby thing. Okay, so 89% chance of healthy baby. Do it. I mean, I guess it's... Healthy baby! Yay! Alright, well with that, we're gonna go ahead and do this, which is give away start for whoever wants to be the new baby. Oh, you're going to need a passive cooler in there. We'll let that run for a few minutes, so we'll get out of that. So Sentient Cookie went on an insulting spree and was a big bully and lost their leg for it. So it seems somewhat justified. I have a bionic arm, but I do not have a leg. So you're gonna go get yourself a peg leg in not too long. Royal Tribute Collector. Alright, we'll start getting ourselves some chem fuel. All right. We just, are you dead? Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. Tulpons are when a slaughtering rage and just, before I could do anything about it, got to you. So we no longer have any more doggos. So pretty soon I'm going to either expand my growing area or need to get hydroponics online. Our power is stable enough, we could start trying to get an actual hydroponics plate. No, it's not. We'll need way more power for hydroponics. I forgot just how ridiculously expensive the light is. That said, I don't actually need the light. Like, literally, I could just put the hydroponic bays in the ground out here and that'd probably be fine. I've never actually tried that before. Basically just make this effectively soil up here using hydroponics. Alright, when you're recovered, we'll get you, get you a peg leg at least. Alright, because all of this is grown, I have a whole bunch of people who have nothing to do at the moment. Not sure what to allocate them to. Production. Can't build that yet, so I won't. Oh, thank you, Cassandra. We got ourselves a delivery of steel right to our doorstep. Go forth and mine. So back in the mine for like 30 seconds, which is all longer that's gonna last. Alright, that'll be like... That's gonna take forever to get that set up. At least give them something to work on. Food binge, that's fine. Oh. Proger went on a food binge because there was an animal slaughter. Yep. Oh, speaking of which, that means you're... Well, once you're not having a break... You're right about to be flipped. Like, literally, I just gotta talk to him one last time. That's fine. So we gotta finally get our hospital online after all of this time, which will be nice. Stop wasting resources that I have difficulty getting. Actually, don't do that. Oh, right. I don't actually have the ability to make air conditioners. That's right. That's fine. Destroy the Devil Strand. I actually don't care about that. Yeah, I think 8 will be good enough for now. Zone. Storage. And we can go here. Actually, don't do it that way. Instead, we'll go furniture. We'll put some shelves in there for medical supplies. Then that'll be a hospital. Still need these outer defenses rebuilt. At least we got this. Why did you not rebuild this spot? Oh. Not gonna be a choice because I don't have any spare wood. Alright. Well, honestly, because we're doing that, I'm gonna make it a wood maker. Because none of them started, he's just starting to get the first ones up pretty soon. Because it came to hauling, we're getting to the point that we're getting enough ahead. There's no hauling to be done, it's just being handled. We'll do that to try and get things solid. Medicine we're doing... Well, actually, we could use more medicine. Oh, these are about to harvest anyways, that's fine. Okay. Alright, if you're back in business, so we need to get you a replacement left leg. So install... Where are you at? Oh, right, I don't have any wood laying around is why it's not letting me do it. Oh, thank you, Draconic Dork. Well, that might, we'll still do Polya. We'll just have to wait till the server comes back up. But thanks for the heads up. Because for those who were here, on Wednesday I tried to play Polya, but it wouldn't run. We did ultimately get it, like, I got it working after stream. Weirdly, it was I just had to change the audio device to just any other audio device. For some reason, the game would lock up with the audio device I had, which was fine, because I was going to switch it anyways, but usually I try and get in. Yep, we still have a wee little Bobby. So last call, if you want to be the new wee little Bobby, we have a character available to be named. You just do exclamation mark. Hey, Chester, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. I appreciate the $1. It does help. You know, every little bit like that does help a lot. Oh, sorry, Countcheck. You have to do exclamation mark giveaway space enter. I'm gonna try and make a world just be exclamation mark join later, but I need to figure that out. It's just like it wouldn't be hard to set up. It's just I have to stop and set it up. Giveaway Rual. That's you're not listening. Come on, last bit of luck. Let's see how it goes. Give away raw. And question mark. Surgery failed on Cookie. Are you gonna be okay? Yes, you will. Try that again, I guess. So the giveaway seems to be not working because it definitely said you got added to it and then it didn't do it. All right, so we're being attacked immediately. They got a pretty good mix of range. All right, so yeah, it's just straight up broke it. Why are you attacking the spot of wall there? You're literally killing yourselves by dropping the ceiling on your head. Yeah, I'll probably just have to reboot the bot. Why are you just destroying? Oh, please. All of you be under there when it goes. I can't pop out to do anything to it, unfortunately. That end that raid right there with that ceiling, because there's one tile holding all of that up and the whole raid is standing underneath it right now. Well, that's weird. Yep, let me give the bot a kick. Oh yeah, the bot is actually crashing. Alright, so Firebot. Yeah, so the Firebot itself was actually locked up, like is unresponsive. Okay, so giveaway start. Really? I'll deal with that in a minute. Why are they just annihilating my wall? Like, they're not even attacking. They're literally just destroying my wall. What is your deal? Like, what they're doing isn't even gonna hurt me this raid. It's gonna make the next raid much worse. Oh, here they come. Alright, so get in position here. Why is it continuing to spread? Why won't you attack this person? Alright, now get the heck out of here. You're using toxic buildup. Meanwhile, so Senjin Cookie's still down from the botched surgery. You're actively dying. Deal with it right there. Alright, so I need you to stop doing that, if you don't mind. You're already set to not fight fire. I don't know why they're not set. But you're not set to fight fire because that's a problem for you. Why are you all unset? And then where's the other one? So it's Draconic Door because they're a Sangophage, and you. You two don't fight fire. And Senshi Cookie will get the better quality bolt action. We'll deal with the weapons after the fight. Oh, you're free to do whatever you want. Okay, we have a billion people who need medical attention. I just don't get what the deal was, why they were just... like, they literally spent their entire time fighting the wall. I need you treating people. Because they have a billion minor injuries again. Unfortunately, the hospital is not built yet. We're getting close. Yeah, so it looks like it's just the down one there and then Michigander who really needs serious treatment right now. Alright, so as soon as you get to bed... Get Tulpanzer to treat you. There we go. All right. It's like every fight we go through, we don't lose people directly, we just take so many minor injuries that, like, the risk of bleeding out after the fact is very high. And the never-ending danger of heat stroke is very annoying. Alright, still got 2 more people who need to be treated. Alright, let's try this again. Give away start. Give away end. Unable to cut. Another required. Oh, I think it's something going on Twitch's API side. The bot's like having problems staying connected to Twitch. Which wouldn't surprise me. Twitch has been a dumpster fire so far, stability a lot lately. Disease, infection. Don't love to see it. So now let's see if I do giveaway start. Hey, okay, try it now. So you'll have to re-enter if you entered. So that's again for the new baby. If you would like the new baby to be named after you, all you need to do giveaway, enter. All right, so got that. We'll go ahead and sell the Thrumbo fur as well. We've been sitting on it for a long time. Get rid of the wake up. Get rid of the go juice. Get rid of the incendiary shells. We'll keep the rest of this stuff. And you don't have metal for me or components. Baby giveaway, or I mean, you know how it is. Alright. So you don't have the weather to pay. You don't have that to pay me. But that's fine. We'll go ahead and take that. Take that. I'll take the face mask. I'll take the beef. Send your cookies up? Okay, if sending cookies up, go ahead and get yourself that bolt action. Well, this can go ahead and get themselves... Oh, it's a biocode SMG. You can just keep that on the ground. Wait, what? Oh, you're still doing it. Right, because you still have a leg missing. Okay, and you're fast catching up. Okay, you're gonna be fine with your infection. Solar flare. As they have to rebuild the entire wall, the entire length. That was so weird that they, like, were just systematically destroying the wall and nothing else. It's very strange. Okay, if you're back up, grab your spear, then get back to bed. Alright, once you have beds in there and everything, we'll get that all converted over to be medical. Okay. Yeah, you should be fine. And everyone's all the same ideology now. That's good. Alright, operations. Install peg leg left leg. because you're just about fully healed up. Got a crisis of belief. Don't do that, please. Hey, and Sentry Cookie's got a peg leg now. Next I have a chance to get, like, a prosthetic leg or a bionic leg or whatever, we need one of those for Cookie. And I want to say Cookie lost her leg in a social fight. Like, genuinely, almost all of our serious injuries have been inflicted by our own people. Research known, microelectronics. Cool. That's going to cause the tech that the raiders show up to be a little bit higher. Which I'm not excited about, but I can't really do anything about it either, so that's just what our fate is. Would still like to be able to make clothing. By the way, game. If it's not too big an ask. Alright, let's see. Give away draw. And welcome back, Sniper Spice. May you not die tragically to a social fight like you did the last time. Okay, and zones, clear snow, do this. Alright, it's time. So we're gonna go to these. I'm gonna link them. Storage, critical. And I believe it's under manufactured medicine. And those are medical beds now. So now we have a hospital. And also, put a passive cooler in the corner. Everything is wood. Everything is wood. Rare Thrumbo. They're both a great health. I won't mess with them. I don't need anything they've got. They give the Thrumbo horn to the art people, but eh. Oh, we are missing something here. Furniture. Power. Gotta have the light to not have penalties for that. Oh, sounds like my dinner might be here. So if you bear with me for just a minute, chat, I'm going to go ahead and slow down time, kill the microphone. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, sorry about that. Just had the pizza person drop off food. 2-1 got us pizza for dinner. Cool, so let's go ahead and get all these linked up here. Alright, so we now have a proper hospital. Fancy. Run low on slag, which is not a big deal. Alright. So one thing I might be able to do to make these walls better is, once everything's set up, build a second layer of wall, not right up against it, but like a gap. That way there's the water in between. It can still jump it, but it won't do so reliably. So that should help prevent what we had here, where they were just lighting up this whole area and just causing mayhem. I can also see just breaking this area back up here, so I have like this area be like walled in, you know, as a resort area. I have another area over here. That way, even though they do smash through, you're still only getting access to that much of the base. That's stuff you usually do if you're going for like a macro scale base later on. Right now, I basically just need to wait and let them build. Get those outer defenses fixed. And then we'll allow them to get back to building the rest of the housing and whatnot. Colony's getting pretty high pop. Is there anyone who should be mech serumed? No. Some minor scars and all that I don't think are a big one. I can replace that eye with a bionic eye, so I don't think we'll worry about that. We can get a bionic leg. Alright, so we do need to make a new room for ideology stuff, which I'll probably put up here, because I need something that can support heavier weight than I currently can in this room. So what'll probably happen is I'll make like an ideology like ritual room up here, move that stuff there, and we'll repurpose this into something. I haven't quite decided yet. Why are you not showing us a wall there? There you go. These trees should... Yeah, these trees are almost grown. When this happens, we're going to get, like, literally thousands of wood. Which should help a lot get things ramped up even more. It's so worrisome to have a base, like, all of this is wood. All of this is wood, which is usually a really big no-no. Because fire is terrifying at this scale. But considering this entire run, I've had 180 brick, and that's it. And that stuff, when we were caravanning out, I drug back with me. Yeah, and as we go and we get all this block... Oh, and 60 marble. So 200 slate. And how much... So it's 5 block. $5, $10, $15, $20, $25, $30, $35, $40, $45, $50, $55, $60, $65, $70, $75, $80. Security. Alright, so we'll let them build that. That way the place they're being shot at is more durable. Because this should all be on actual sand versus all of this is on water, so I can't build stone wall there. But as we get stone, I will work on starting to better secure what I can. Because we'll also want to go in here and start building one of these walls we can have stone to make them more durable and to reduce the effectiveness of fire on them. Cool, getting that wall built. So many dryads. What is our colony wealth up to, by the way? Almost exactly 1 million. Normally my colony would be worth way, way, way more by now, but that's because of building all like the stone walls and floors and all that kind of stuff. All right. So we've got our first stone buildings made there. Still have 120 left. And none of this can be made out of stone because it's on water, can't be supported. We'll start building this out of stone, I guess. Structure, stone. That's 40, 80, 100, 110, 120, 130. Was that we had down there? Oh, 120. Okay. You cannot build stone structures on water. Nope. So when you look at this, this shows the weight load. Red means I can't build on it at all. This means it has a light load that it can support. There's a lighter yellow that is medium, and then regular ground that has no indication on it can support anything. So stone walls require heavy, which is no coloration. A lot of furniture requires medium, which is the reason why I can't build like my production room out here, why it's up here, is because that requires medium support. So yeah, so I can only build light stuff on the water, like bedrooms, that kind of stuff. It makes it very difficult to build bases that have any amount of water involved in them. It's why the swamp maps are so ridiculously tough. Because so much of the land is unusable for so many things, you have to kind of like finagle stuff around. I get what you're saying, Brain Explodes, but that's the thing, is when you look at the structure, you build a wood bridge, and then you're building on the wood bridge. So you're building a dock. It's not like you're putting down steel pylons or stone pylons or anything like that. The game doesn't have those. Because that's the way you deal with in real life, is you basically build a big stone support. But this one you don't have the option of stone supports, just wood. So with that sense, where you're building on wood docks, it makes sense that you can't support a lot of weight on it. Oh, so you need death rest? Where's your bed? Alright, so start your death rest. Because that's a vampire, and so they don't have to sleep nearly as much on a regular basis. But the negative they take for that is after a very long period of time, they have to do like an extra long sleep. So you automatically wake up when you're ready. Okay. But yeah, no, so the entire idea of this is I've built like wood stilts, put a dock on it, and then I built a wall on top of the dock. So it's understandable that it's kind of flimsy. That said, even if we did have like the idea that you could build stone docks and all that, I wouldn't have enough stone to do anything meaningful with it. Hey! The scar went away because you're a vampire and that's what happens. Like, vampires have lots of beneficial traits to them, but there's just the negative. You have to keep blood coming in, which means you either have to keep a bunch of prisoners that you gotta feed, or you've got to keep feeding on your own people, and while you're doing that, their, like, ability to fight is greatly reduced because they're effectively dealing with blood loss. Alright, no one seems to be willing to use that helmet, so we're gonna go ahead and get rid of it. We'll keep getting rid of the regular clothing we got sitting around. I'll go ahead and get rid of the reinforced barrels, because I can't do anything with them yet. Wait, when did I get 900 steel? I mean, I'm cool with it, I don't know when it happened. Still gonna take it, though. I can't afford those components. Alright, so sell a bunch of the drugs to get us the steel and components. And you are going to haul the components back immediately since those can rot. Toxic gas is being researched. Excellent. That's not what I need. Yeah, I know we had the big thing up here that got... You know, that's probably where we got most steel, was that, that siege that you dropped in up there. Shelter for royals. I don't have a bedroom that can handle it, so I'm not going to. Everything I actually need on that? Oh, you still have the tribal clothing there. That's right. If I could just get them to give me advanced clothing, then things would be really amazing, because I'd be able to start making all that clothing. I get rid of this. Alright, so we are building those walls back, finally. Okay. Get all steel hauled back. With that, is there any other weapons? So we can get rid of your revolver and get you a bolt action. So make one bolt action. And I'd have everyone rocking like a proper gun, like proper decent tech gun. The Strider still have your LMG? Yes, you do. Actually, about half the about a third of the colony has LMGs now. None of which I bought or made. All of them were acquired in fights. Hey, Red Hawk Black Sheep, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. If I can get a shout out for Red Hawk Black Sheep, please. Yeah, so how was your stream? Hopefully it went well. Had something fun, good going on. Get another research bench up here just so I can double the research. Oh no. Said your cookie ate without a table is having an insulting spree. Ah, you're playing some Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, I finally did cave last night and I did buy Baldur's Gate 3. I had been deliberately trying to not buy it just because, you know, it's like 60 bucks. But I kept seeing people playing like, man, that looks really good. You know what, that's fine. Poor quality bolt action, still an improvement. But yeah. I don't think I intend on streaming it myself just because how saturated the category is, and I know a lot of people are avoiding tuning into Baldur's Gate 3 streams to not spoil themselves. No, that's not how it's gonna go at all, Strider. Hey, look, we're learning how to make pemmican. Excellent. We're all the way over here to microelectronics, but we're finally learning... Oh, I don't need to make that. We finally learned how to make pemmican. Excellent. Bills, add, pemmican, do forever. Alright. Guessing a social fight? That'd be a social fight. Alright, so we still need a bionic leg for Cookie. Yeah, Redhawk saying, like, yeah, I'm a D&D veteran for many years. If you like any spoiler-free tips of Baldur's Gate 3, around? Yeah, that's no problem. Now I'm figuring out. I've done a lot of D&D stuff in the past. Not so much like in-person D&D, but like a lot of stuff based on D&D. All the way going back to like NetHack and some of the stuff from like way back in the day. You know, Dark Sun and all those. Meanwhile, how is your... You need death rest pretty soon yourself, don't you? So let's go ahead and have you death rest. So it's gone pretty well. I've actually been enjoying it. I know a lot of people are doing like lots of save scumming for every rolls. I've been deliberately avoiding that with my playthrough. When I say my playthrough, I've literally only done like 3-4 hours because I just picked it up. But I've been deliberately not re-rolling stuff because I found a lot of those games like Baldur's Gate that ends up being more interesting because, like, you know, you'll have one time where you'll pass the you'll pass the roll and you'll see like what's actually going on versus the other time you won't pass the roll and you go thinking everything's fine, then you realize like something really nefarious is happening because you failed some check, so you didn't reveal what's going on, so you get to have like the surprise of it. Was there a Dark Sun computer game? Yeah, they had a Dark Sun computer game way back. We're talking in the 90s. If I remember correctly from that game, the entire idea was you were in this place that's going to be attacked, and so you're trying to rally. You start off as like gladiators. So you're trying to get out of that, and you're trying to rally as many people as you can together to prepare for the attack kind of thing. And it's one of those interesting ones that you have the ability to trigger the final fight early if you want, and get absolutely murdered. Strider is the only one who is designated heavy machine gunner. That's not true. There's no designation. This is the Rim, man. Rules and laws. Look, if not even the Geneva Convention is available, like, heck are they going to worry about, like, having proper, like, field training for one weapon over another or something like that? Strider thinking there's rules on the Rim. Come on, buddy. You know how this works. The Rim is where sadness happens. Where hopes and dreams go to die. Alright, I'm going to mute this microphone for popping this top back on because it'll make a big snap. The only rule is praise Randy. Well, it's not so much a rule so much as if you don't do it, there are consequences. Randy doesn't say it's a rule that you must praise Randy, so much as if you happen to not praise Randy, you know, Randy things are going to happen. Sometimes there are consequences if you do it too. It's just how it goes. It's just Randy. Randy is a fickle god. There was a book I was, when I say reading, it was an audiobook. I can't remember what it was. But it was one of those things that one of the characters ends up, I forget what their title is, but basically they end up like being a disciple or whatever of the god of chaos. And I just like the idea that every time they describe the god of chaos, they give him a different name, and that like how he's presented aesthetically is also different. And that, like, the character complains that it's difficult to look at him because just, like, the brain can't handle what it's looking at. Like, it's always moving and changing and morphing. That is a whole lot of Arctic foxes. Okay, luckily no one's on that side of the map. So get to the kill box. See, well, if it's against a machine gun, America's the biggest. Oh no, that's not against the machine guns. Aren't against the GNU convention. The comment was if you don't even have those kind of basic rules, then like more nuanced stuff. Those foxes came a long way from home to get gunned down. Yeah, considering they're Arctic foxes and we are in very, very hot areas. I'm gonna need to have more, like, more paths to cut across here to move faster. That's fine. Those... I did not fight this right. Alright, we're falling back. I did not do this engagement correctly, but luckily there should be time for me to recover it. I needed to block the door. Oh, Cookie, you're gonna be late to this party, friend. Which is my fault. Oh, luckily it missed. No, Protoger, I need you on the front line. You're too far back. You know what? Let's spare ourselves some injuries. Like, I get to use it every couple, like, once a season and all that. And I hold on to it way longer than I should. Okay, is everything here? Yeah, I just have the one injured one. Alright, so how badly... So, Toll needs to be patched up. You need to be patched up. And you're not even injured. Meanwhile... Get this one out of here so that we don't have to try to start cooking with a rotting fox on the stove. Did you mow down the foxes? I mean, you were a participant in mowing down the foxes. There was a whole lot of people firing a whole lot at the foxes. Three desperate refugees. Done. There's no children among them, so drop your weapons. Them's the rules. There you go. Alright. So I've got you all patched up and you all patched up. Cool. But yeah, no, I remember I put some ridiculous number of hours into Dark Sun back in the day. And like that was back in the day with the games where they'd have like the big wheel for copy protection that you'd turn, like it'd be like match this icon, you'd turn this wheel, match that icon, you'd turn that wheel, and then when you line them up, it'd give like what's in this position, you have to put in the correct number to use the game or whatever. Set you to 4. Okay. That should all be good otherwise. Oh, you 3 will not be hunting, so don't even worry about it. Okay. Do we have any more stone that's gotten cut? We have 50 blocks of that. Yep, no, you did, like, there's a whole bunch of people who are shooting the foxes, and you're among them, so you did contribute to the defeating of the foxes with lots of bullets. Alright, so 30, 40, 50. That wall has 2 spots left to build. Now it's only got a little section there left to build. Okay. And then we can reallow all these rooms to get produced. To finally expand our base. Okay, and you're back awake after your death rest. Put you over here. I honestly have enough actual strong melee. I don't need to throw them in as cannon fodder like I've done in the past. The more just get in the way. I'd rather have my stronger people up front. So yeah, so we're doing terribly on stone, but right now, as far as steel goes, we're actually doing pretty good. And all of our people are running around trying to forcefully convert everyone who's visiting. Let's see, rules of engagement for firefights. Rule 1, bring gun. Rule 2, bring friends with guns. Rule 3, decide to be aggressive enough to quickly enough. Bill complete, smelt apparel? What? Because that should be for... Yeah. That's stuff like helmets and that are in terrible shape. And then we also have a separate one for tainted. You heard of Lords here, Randy? But Jesus. Yeah, so right now we're playing as Cassandra. Just because it's been a thing that when I stream with Randy, there's just too often that Randy just goes comatose for like a whole stream and a half. You're going, please, Randy. Like, I am milking this, what live you give me, for everything it's got. I need something to add some more pressure into the game. Because sometimes Randy's like, yeah, I'm on vacation. I'll see you later. And then Randy comes back and tries to make up for lost time. The sheer number of corpses we're piling up over here. Inspired recruitment. Doesn't do us any good when there's nowhere to recruit. Yes, Randy sent drop pod. It's just a thing of margaritas. She's like, but that's not even an item in this game. No, I guess Randy just sends you like an entire bunch of cases of beer. Like, okay, Randy, I get it. Alright, so the right defense is done, the south defense is done, and rebuilding this. We had all this built, but then we had an enemy attack that they just lit our walls on fire and left it with that. Like, they weren't interested in fighting us, they just wanted to burn down our walls. Okay, we got all the fox fur out there. So you're not connected because of power because the wire's not close enough? That's exactly what it is. Okay, that's fine. Tantrum, you're just gonna break stuff in your room. That's fine. They're getting upset about tattered apparel because I can't make clothing still. Because we have random research and complex clothing. Still not happened. I also can't make my people any actual armor because it requires plate mail armor, which requires complex clothing. Alright, so attacking immediately. And it's nothing but melee. Alrighty then. Alright, so this is going to be a bit messy because that is a lot of melee. Oh, no, except they're splitting up. Which is exactly what you want when there's a lot of melee in there. Medical treatment required. Oh. Because I didn't see that the refugees ran over there. Well, that's unfortunate for you is all I gotta say. Okay. And injury-wise, we're not doing too bad. You took some minor scrapes, as did you. And then one of the refugees was out and about and got scraped up pretty bad. So orders. Allow all of their stuff. It'd be hard to get either of them. Alright. Neither of them are people we want. Okay, so a little bit of change in plan. We're gonna go furniture. So, Michigander, capture that one. Donkey Duff, capture that one. I do not care that they're unwaveringly loyal. I don't plan on taking them as my own. They're going to be food. Not food like cannibalism food. Food as in, we have vampires, and the vampires need to have a drink from time to time. And by drink, I mean people. They're going to be living juice boxes? Pretty much. So how are you doing? 5 hours? And yeah, you're probably fine. Alright. New plan with the prisoners. No medicine. Just because I don't want them to run that far. What we will do is we'll go furniture. I'll put a shelf with medicine on there in a lower priority than our hospital. Prisoner. Blood feed. Blood feed. Why do you need... Because no one is treating you. No, we already got someone on their way. That's fine. I'm working on it. Okay. Disease infection. Oh, that's something that reminds me. I always forget to do this. Where's the assignments? So for our doctors, so let's see. Panzer 3. Donkey Death 3. And Michigander 3. And who else is one of our doctors? Alright, we go to Kara. Start having them carry medicine on their person so I do less running around. Okay. You can have this shredder. I don't care for dark meat. Disease infection. Okay. Alright, we already got someone on it. Yeah, we're gonna have to get the herbal medicine here. I've got a really big field of it now, so we should be able to just keep building up supply. Oh my god, please, would you get there already? Could die from infection after all this. Because that's a torso infection. They're both torso infections, so... They're not an excuse to take a leg. Like, that's the thing. When you have a leg infection, you're like, oh darn, I guess we'll just amputate that immediately. Such a shame. Okay, so got another 30. Alright, so you're still building that. That's fine. That wall's done. That wall's got just one section left. And that'll be good there. Oh no. Not a mad iguana. Sure, just grab E5 and we'll deal with it. Ooh. For a moment there I wasn't sure if we're gonna make it. The whole mad iguanas. Oh. I want you to automatically wake when that happens. Maybe I live in a state where mad iguana is legal. Berserk because you're in intense pain. You may want to reconsider that. I would like that to go out top bar. Okay. I figured there's a good chance that would happen, but you know. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. That's fine. They're having problems with the infection anyway. Waiting for those injuries to recover so we can start taking corrective action on their legs so that doesn't become an issue very long. It's like we're starting to cut down trees and get some wood. There's a reason why we have like 360 wood laying around now. Crisis of belief. I don't care. And the perimeter is fixed, so we can go here, orders allow. Get it built. Why are you choosing to die? Okay, we have a wanderer who's joining. What did we get? They are kind. They are extremely good at mining, melee, and crafting. They do have an artery blockage. What I don't know is if I hit them with the mech healer thing, would that apply to the blockage or this? Because I believe they'll get rid of one of the two of them. And I don't care about the leg injury. That I don't want to waste resources on. But if it would apply to the blockage, it would be worth doing. Oh, let's also go to the smelting smelt. Smelt weapon, do forever details, allow non-biocoding. If I get a biocode, I'll deal with that. Alright, once again we have people getting themselves horrifically wounded. As they do. Okay, and it's also time to go give away start. So if you would like to be our brand new colonist who is going to be a crafter, Leela, or however you pronounce that, that person is available. So let's go here. When you're also decent at plants, that's fine. We'll leave you on that too. Actually, I lied. There you go. So let that run for a minute or so. Well, a couple minutes. I'll get that all taken care of. Because now they can work on the crafting. And also, before I forget, is everyone medically treated? Okay, you're gonna be fine. Begin conversion ritual. Not you. Where? There you are. Start trying to convert Lelia, or however you pronounce it. Oh, you've got bruises? Okay. And baby sniper spice has been left on the poker table, apparently. I'm not sure why Baby Sniper Spice is being put on the poker table, but apparently that is what has occurred. I'm concerned about the gambling habits of my colonists. Yeah, all in, the baby included. Alright, an effective ritual. Alright, so you need treatment for a bunch of bruises you got in a fist fight. Okay, and we're gonna go ahead and see what the name is. So give away draw. And congratulations, Luxray. Where is this person? There you are. Welcome to the colony. Named. Done. The colony just keeps growing. I'm just waiting for like an absolutely absurd attack to come in and just ruin things for me. Because we keep having these attacks and mostly handling them all right. Like we're getting lots of minor injuries everywhere, which is one of the ways you end up losing the game. Is just people keep losing toes and fingers and arms and legs, but not dying, which keeps making them worse and worse at being able to do stuff and not having what you need to get them prosthetics and all that. The good news is once you get those prosthetics, it's usually pretty good. But until you get that far, it can be pretty rough. I do appreciate that they have been just delivering me some nice high-quality spears for my melee people. Betrayal offer. It'll give me a tiny bit of gold. Get out of here. Blowback operations, so better guns. I can also... Alright, so I can also go here and turn those back on. Blowback operations, let's get this off here. Yeah, there's nothing for blowback operation I really want right now. What did a blowback... I know I gave you a couple different weapons. Ah, it's the automatic weapons, that's right. Yeah, I don't need that. Alright, and little by little we're getting this all sorted out. Okay, and this building's already been fully converted over to being... Well, no, that's not true. I got one last wall that I don't have enough stone for. Still don't... Oh, that's researching fast. That might finally be our complex clothing. Please, game. Don't be longsword, be complex clothing. I really have need for complex clothing. We're way past the point my people running around in tribal wear. Alright. Brigand Lair. Theodore, whatever, has sent us a message. Apparently the pigs are based in a camp nearby, are raiding their caravans and the base is controlled by Wuckpig. They asked us to destroy the camp by eliminating all enemies and turrets. They say there's a bandit camp that's guarded by 6 pigs. They will give us a character who is a misogynist. No, thank you. We could get a healing mech serum, which is always a win, or a lot of reputation. We have Masterwork Dresser. Cool. Like, it's definitely a doable thing. Like, and depending on the angle, you can usually bait them out where you can kill a couple at a time pretty easily, and then usually the turrets, you just shoot the cables or the batteries or whatever, charge the turret, and then you don't have to worry about it at all. But I'd want to set a pretty sizable force to deal with it. How long do I have to choose on that? 7 days? How much longer do I have the refugees with us? 8 days. Oh, that worked out. I didn't have to manually go out of my way to convert Luxray more. Just being around that many people with the same ideology, bullying up on them took care of it. Excellent. Perfect. As it should be. Alright, if I send an attack, we'll probably send 2 of our melee people in, and almost all of the ranged I could afford to provide, with the exception of the ones with kids that they, need to take care of the kids. Because if I send all of that at the lair, I should be able to draw them out. Imagine Pyromaniac on this base. Yeah, it's unfortunately there's just, this is literally all of the stone we've gotten since the beginning is this part of this hospital. And then I've got a tiny bit of marble. Because there's no stone on the map, so I only get what I bring back from when I travel. And unfortunately, stone is heavy, so I can't move much of it at a time. Alright, so the rec room is built, finally. Now I start to get these extra bedrooms we've been needing forever done. Starvation? I've got tons of food, so starvation is literally just people being dumb. I believe you're doing good. Yeah, no, it's been going pretty good. Like, the whole map is just sand. Tantrum, break things in your room, go for it. So I think my plan is I'm gonna wait till it's getting close to the end of queue for accepting that quest to raid the base. Accept it, expecting the refugees to leave the next day, and then head out to actually attack it. That way, if the refugees betray, I'm not leaving, a couple of babies and like 2 or 3 defenders to deal with it. And then just overwhelming numbers the place to attack. Then I gotta decide, a mech healer serum is really, really, really good. But it's something that people can throw a tantrum and destroy. Versus getting a whole lot of reputation can be also really good. Pretty soon I need to send out another caravan, to be honest, to get all these weapons that are junk weapons that have been piling up out of here. It's just normally been caravanning for the components and the steel, and like right now I actually have a lot of that. Oh, production. Where are you? Put the brewery up and the drug lab. That's fine. I don't care about you're a prisoner. You're a prisoner. I'm not even recruiting. You're just a prisoner. Okay. So with this, health, operations, add, and we will just go here. And where are you? I don't have wood. I was gonna say add a peg leg. Now, if we are gonna do the brewing, I need hops. We have to give up a little bit of space somewhere for it. Maybe cut down our Devil Strand a little bit? No. Gun turrets. Well, that's a bummer. Oh, we literally... Okay. So what I'm gonna probably do, if I can manage to select just... There we go. So shrink that just a little bit here. In zone, grow zone, do this. And your hops now. And then we'll also go production, fermenting barrel. So we can make our smoke leaf here. There'll be nothing else yet that we'll do there. All of our stuff we add later. And you'll do that forever. You can go here. Take that off the list. The harp is coming off the list. So now we're just missing complex clothing, and then I could get rid of that spot, put the tailoring bench on there, and cut loose with that. There are so many dryads. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of trees ready to be cut down. Like that's the big thing that's hurting us right now is the lack of complex clothing, because we're just using scraps that we managed to get off of. Like when I down someone, they don't kill them, I've been ripping their clothes off pretty often. The occasional gift from, you know, people we trade with, that kind of thing. Okay. So you're getting pretty close to becoming a child instead of a toddler or whatever, instead of an infant. Means pretty soon you're gonna need your own room. That door needs to be rebuilt. How are we doing in hemogen? We're down to 40. We were at 70, so... That is unfortunate. Okay. We have tons of our colonists starting to go idle. How much longer until the quest needs to be accepted? 4 days? It's a real shame I don't have the psychic tree for them to meditate to. That's how we can put a lot of that effort towards to be productive. Debating if I want to start turning this into more food. Because I might need to do that. We are getting a lot of colonists. I think we're going to. So with that, we're going to go here, go zone. Growing zone, that'll be potatoes. Growing zone. That'll be... where's it? Strawberries? Strawberries. Growing zone, this will be corn. And grow zone, and this will be heel root. I'm gonna need to, like, I've got hydroponics tech. We've got the means of building it. I think I could literally just build it outside and that'll work. I haven't messed with it enough. There's usually a better circumstance I can do it. So let's do production, a hydroponics basin. They'll put 4 of them there. Because I think that's fine for them to be outside. They don't short circuit or whatever. Toxalopes? No, that's fine. You can keep those. Do not want. Because trying to put these up here will help us, one, have food closer to where we actually cook it, and then not have to deal with that. Alright, giant armory of people with spears. Are they in attacks immediately, or they're going to wait? Doesn't say. I'm going to assume they're going to attack us immediately. Alright. So it looks like they'll be very, very heavy on melee. They're all the imps that breathe fire and all that. The rest of you are taking way too long to get here. Stop breathing fire over all of my people again and again. Okay. So that wasn't that bad, other than it was just kind of annoying. You got knocked down, it's just pain. You didn't even get knocked down from serious injury, you just basically got so much pain that you got knocked down. Which is fair, like, your whole body is burned. Alright, let's check injuries. Minor, minor, minor. Okay. There's only one, like, actually bleeding injury. All the other injuries are, Are you not going? Okay. So you're taking care of it. That's fine. And you're over here trading people? Literally no one's over here trading people? What are you doing? Why are you researching and not trading people? Okay. I'm gonna make you potatoes. You can be strawberries. I can't plant corn in these, so you'll be heel root. That way I have some production inside my perimeter that doesn't require running as far. Okay. So we're starting to build up our blood supply, or our medical supplies again. My intent and I plan dealing with this is, as possible, we're going to start swapping the limbs out, try and knock this person down where they can't defend themselves at all anymore. And go from there. Alright, and there's some art for that room. But the long-term goal with this being that basically I've just got a person who is a source of blood for my vampires. And we'll want to have multiple of them. Alright, so you're back up. Is your weapon... Yeah, there's your assault rifle. Go get it. Okay. Come on, be successful. Nope. Nutrient paste, that's now I'm looking for. Where are you? That's fine. Don't care about inspired trade. Gain all the wood we can possibly need. So that's good. Alright, peace talks. Hey, for once they didn't put them in the swamp. Alright, I'll actually go to those ones. Form caravan, go to the peace talks, return, accept. Alright. So people are gonna go as our leaders. As such, that means... I'm trying to remember who our leaders are. The Uncheck is one of them, but you're also a parent with a kid, so I want to keep you back. You're not the leader. Who was the leader? Oh, which one of you was it? Alright, one second. We'll just go here. It is Tolpanzer. Okay. Form caravan, do that. Return, accept. So, Tolpanzer's going. We'll also send Progenitor. We'll send... we need 2 more. No, we'll send 3. That should be fine. Oh, we should... Add to caravan, add to caravan. That'll speed up their travel. Okay, so that'll send us over to have some peace talks. We've got some people with some high social. One of them is technically our leader, so there's a pretty good chance of successful peace talks. And that should be alright. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use restroom, so I'm gonna be right back. Okay, so we can go ahead and get that going. We got the stretch, the hydrate, and all that good stuff. For those who were keeping a track on the maintenance for Polya, do we have any idea how long it is still left? I don't think we're at the point where it's available yet, but I think we're probably getting close. Because the plan is to do Polya for the second half of the stream, but they went ahead and did an update. So we were like, alright, we can't switch to it, the update's done, so... We've been kind of waiting on that. Keep having the crisis of beliefs and all that. Yeah, I know I need to eat my dinner. You're still too injured for our surgery. Did I send you to the wrong one? Oh. Reform caravan? No. There we go. I was like, I don't want to fight. I didn't send enough people. Okay. That's actually fine. I don't need that many cribs. Peace talks were successful. Heck yeah. So they improved our standings by a ton. Not quite neutral. They gave a ton of social experience. Which is why usually it's worth your time to send people to peace talks. Assuming you have someone has any chance of succeeding. We have a good sculpture. All right. Okay, so bear with me. What I'm going to go ahead and do is get a little bit of food here. So I'm going to mute my mic, get it plated and all that, and I'll be right back. Okay. Let me check real fast, see if I can't figure out what the status with Polly is. Like I said, because the plan is to switch over that later on in the stream. Well, I mean, we were planning on actually already being over there, but it had maintenance or whatever. Oh, right, it's not on Steam, is it? So I just want to check where it's at, because when it does become available, I want to switch over and try it, because it's a game I've been meaning to check out. But at the same time, it doesn't do us any good to check it out if it's not available. Polly is down. Okay. Yeah, so Polly is still down. Alright. The number of social fights we have is absolutely ridiculous. Hey! Burb NA has grown up to be a child. You'll remain a basic tribesman. But with that, congratulations, you're no longer a thing that gets left on the shelf. You're considered a person now. And that's pretty much all you can do in the colony at the moment. Okay. So we can go to this one and attack. There are 6 pigs and an unknown number, or, let's see. The amp isn't up there yet. Theoretically, in 51 minutes, it should be up. Oh, in 51 minutes? Okay, so basically I'll just plan for it to be midnight, and then, you know, if they go long, they go long. I think I'll go for the Goodwill, because I remember this person, yeah, was a misogynist who's good at mining, so kindly get the hell out of my way. And while I already have a mech healer serum, and I really like mech healer serum, it's a thing that can just lay around and get destroyed by people. And I want to say the more they stack, the more attractive a target it becomes for the people who are going to destroy stuff. Because, like, when they have the break, they usually kind of target whatever your most valuable thing is. It really is annoying. Alright, let's get another bedroom done. Okay. Alright, so if we're going, I'm going to bring 2 melee pawns. One I'm going to give EMP... Well, no, I'm not going to worry about the EMP. Let's grab all of you. Collapse you together. One thing I should probably do... Structure wooden door on either side of that. That'll make moving around a lot easier in there. Alright, well, Goodwill it is. And where is the bandit camp? Okay, so it's down there. So I have 20 days to deal with it. So the plan for dealing with it is I'm going to wait till the refugees get out of here, just so I don't have to deal with them being here, potentially betraying the people that go behind. Both our moms are going to stay behind so they can continue to do what they need to do to take care of the babies. And we'll give like 1 or 2 extra support people to stay behind, and everyone else is going. Except now I have a Manhunter pack of a small army of Lynx. Thank you. That is definitely going to injure us horrifically before we decide to go and deal with this nonsense, which will certainly help our cause. Alright. Alright, refugees, you're gonna be cannon fodder. I'm sorry. And the reason they're going to be cannon fodder is just so I don't take a bunch of injuries before I'm going to try and attack stuff. You have your baby with you? You're already here. I probably should have lined up here and kept shooting at them until they closed in and then drop back like through this door to do that. It's too late to change that plan now, but... those walls are gonna fail soon. That's why I screwed them up, so when the wall fails, we still have a line to hold. Is that all of them? Cool. Okay, you're gonna stay down. Alright, so you only took 2 minor injuries, and then you are all in actually not that bad shape, all things considered. Why are you all miserable? Serious pain, drowsy, all that stuff. Masterwork double bed, love to see it. One of the refugees has gone catatonic. Directly in among the corpses. Excellent, that'll help. Alright. So we're gonna wait till people heal up and then get that that hole in the wall fixed. And then we'll send out the attack to deal with that town thing we need to raid. All right. So what I'm going to do here in just a second is I'm going to go ahead and do it now, is I'm going to hide myself off the screen because I'm going to eat my food. So I'm going to be a little bit quiet for a minute or two while I do that. And in the meantime, we'll just keep this going.
It would appear the one person went to do surgery and then just left the medicine in the door for some reason, which led to the guy trying to make a run for it. Just RimWorld AI doing RimWorld AI things. Well, apparently the surgery failed, and it was bad enough this person isn't going to make it. So our prisoner died trying to remove the leg. Because it was like, they got the leg off, they got a bad torso cut, and a whole bunch of other stuff, so... Yeah, they got 2 bad cuts in the neck and the torso. Because apparently we suck at surgery. So we're looking for more volunteers to offer us blood. Alright, well with that, that's the bandit camp we need to attack. So form caravan, go there, return, accept, grab you for hauling stuff. What else do we got? Not items. Alright. So Toll's going. Hunter's going. Those will be our melee. Illicit's parents are staying, so Tangerine Blade, Michigander, Wronger, Darstrider, and Luxray. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll go big. You're a mom, right? You might actually be. Yep, you are. So, you're staying behind. Thank you for the reminder. It's so hard to keep up on who's what when you've got this many people you're managing. Quest completed. Cool. Find it interesting that saying quest completed even though one of them is still here. Because they had a catatonic breakdown. Alright, caravan's on its way. Yeah, so we sent 7 to the attack against their 6. And then we got 5 left, or 6 left behind who can fight. That's because these 2 are parents, and then Senju Cookie and Donkey Duff at the moment weren't capable, which is also good because Donkey Duff is one of our doctors, so we kept 1 doctor behind, well, and Michigander. So we split our doctors where we have 2 going and 2 staying. We have 2 melee going and 2 melee staying, and then some support for both of them. That should be plenty. There we go. Get those rooms built. All right. Goji's production. That's still not what I need. Alright, so what is our encounter? So we've got power here. So warn me that there's 6 of them, and that there would be turrets. But I don't see the turrets. Because right now, it's definitely looking like we're in a good situation here. And you just have a pistol. Oh, good. They don't even have much in the way of range at all. Headshot on you. Right. So you drop behind cover. You get back here and you get back here. Force them out in the open. Meanwhile, you do self-tend on yourself. You start putting pressure on them so they don't molly. Try and drop back behind the stone over here. Drop you back. Alright, so a lot of them are getting pretty badly injured. We keep denying them cover. Alright, you're getting ready to fire. Back up more so you stop having range. Cover. Please stop shooting at Tull. Man, your little pistol is weirdly long range. Alright, so we've managed to kill them. So you go ahead and pop that door. Meanwhile, who has injuries that are actually worth noteworthy? You've got a pretty bad injury there. Otherwise, you. So you start tending to them. Stop moving, please. So you're gonna pop in here, open that door. Alright, I mean, I guess we finish the place off. I'm not gonna take the time to tear everything apart. Just because of all the injuries. So we'll do travel supplies, grab all of their food. Alright, grab their beer. Grab their lamps. There's a smoke pack that is not tainted, so we'll grab that. I'll grab the incendiary launcher because it's got some value. Same with those. The uranium knife. And then we grab all of that we can. Okay, so I assume we got credit for that? I mean, I'm guessing we got credit for it. Yeah, we got the reputation. Cool. Alright. And while they return, they should bandage themselves up automatically. I'll finish the rest of my food, and then we'll get back to it. Alright, food's done. So, the issue I'm running into now is I don't have a reliable source of hemogen. So we have to like medically get hemogen from my own people. And the difficulty with doing it that way is that requires a lot of medicine. The other thing I can do is deliberately choose some of my characters to volunteer their hemogen. That'll work. Keep that hemogen topped off. Because if I do that, then I can avoid having to use the Hemogenian metaphor. Cool. Major brisk rake on Sentient Cookie from tattered apparel and everything else. Alright, let's start getting this built up here. Because this will be where our ideology ritual room, whatever you want to call it, is going to be. We'll have faster access there. All right. Wait, was that set? Yeah. Okay, cool. And we can show the camera again and get those out of the way. Awesome. Starvation on Michigander, even though I have a ton of food laying around, so that feels kind of self-inflicted. Medical treatment need on you? Oh, you must have gotten struck by lightning. Oh, I need to take you... Don't self-tend. There you go. Alright. Trying to get the next set of rooms built. Just now I have extra wood supply and all that. Insulting spree. Don't love to see it. Alright, the one refugee who got left behind because of their catatonic state became a guest. Sure, I don't actually have guest rooms, but you know what? Whatever. Who's keeping track? Alright. So get even more of these, like, little rooms / bungalows, whatever. Social fight. Anyone lose anything? Nope, just bruises. Cool. Guest has nothing to eat. What do you mean? Alright, so you are... a single guest bed. That won't work. They're gonna get a really low rating, but I'm not ready for guests anyway, so whatever. Okay, so I got 100 slates, so that should be plenty that I can go over here and finally finish this wall. Oh good, more people social fighting. That's fine. The doctors are doing their job, right? Yeah, so it seemed to be fine out there. And you require terrain medium, so I can't build you on docks. That's fine. It just means now I can start building a bunch of hydroponics as we have extra available materials up here. And that'll give me a means of dealing with all this stuff that I don't have to worry about running all the way down here over time. We'll be able to build more hydroponics up here. Especially if we can get some moisture pumps going on. We need to move you down. Excellent sculpture, okay. Good sculpture, alright. Okay. Get all that stuff moved up there. Ate venerated animal meat. What oh, it would be the lynx, isn't it? We venerate lynx, isn't that right? That's not what I wanted to do. Right. So when all those lynx attacked and we butchered them, that's part of the reason we've been melting down is we've been eating our venerated animal. Whoops. It's fine, probably. Hide in room because you ate a venerated animal. I understand. Everyone's our ideology. Oh, you know what we haven't done that we've not had the option to do in forever? We should have our party. We haven't been able to do the Sky Lantern party the entire time because we never had a huge surplus of wood. So let's do our Sky Lanterns finally. We had a beautiful one, cool, and we have friendly visitors. We're gonna put that in the middle from now on. We can do our little ritual in the middle of the island. And what do you have to trade? Alright, so you have next to no money. You've got a pair of pants, some herbal medicine, and some pemmican. You know what? I'll actually take those pants. I have some shredded tribal wear. I'm gonna hold on to the helmets to smelt those. Yeah, the Molotovs. You can have the incendiary launchers. And that'll do it. Oh, and they're of the same ideology as us. Cool. All right. We've got that all going well. We got a ridiculous number of, like, little pod rooms over here going. Pretty soon I'm going to need to recruit more people to deal with cleaning than just Cookie. Alright, so they gave us a gift of 4 Glitter World. Heck yeah. You're my best friends. We just put a bunch of sky lanterns and got paid in glitter. And we're also getting beer. Posture check? Yeah, I was repositioning in the chair. Do we not have... Alright, we need a passive cooler in here. It's not going to get anywhere. I thought we had a passive cooler in here. If we can have one of our construction people deal with that immediately. So that the word doesn't immediately go bad like it will in literally 2 more degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, there we go. Alright, we need more blood, so... Hey, Cookie. Since we don't have any prisoners, you've got a new role in the colony. The vampires must feed. Oh, we got stretch and hydrate and all that. I can do that. Okay. We still don't have any night owls at all in a colony this big? Really? Day shift only. No overtime. Animal migration of deer, that's fine. Oh good, we're having the children make the beer. Excellent. They immediately got in a social fight, as always. Alright. What do you have that I can buy from you that I care about? It's not looking very promising so far as stuff to buy from them. I mean, you buy the alpaca as a source of material, but... Take the pemmican. Have a bunch of these scraps of leather I'm never going to use. The rest is all good, so I'll just take the money. How are we doing? 240 brick? That's honestly probably enough to do this. 55. Make that a stone instead. Inspired recruitment doesn't do us any good. We have no prisoners. Another animal migration of deer. Wait, do we actually have a cougar on the map? We haven't had an actual predator on the map since, like, the very beginning. Let's deal with that right away before it gets out of hand. Okay, thanks, Cassandra. Like, literally, I noticed it, and immediately it's like, now it's gonna eat you. Yeah, well, guess what? You're chasing a vampire. Meanwhile... No, you're good. I was like, meanwhile, looks like you could use a drink. It's like, no, actually, they're pretty full. Okay, where's Sentient Cookie? Are you ready? Are you ready to donate more blood? Nah, it's a little too soon for you to donate a little bit more blood. Hey, Prunger. Getting a wee bit peckish. Need a... Let's see. Sure? Oh, you brought too many people, man. 5? Okay. Alright, so hear me out. 5 people are losing their bedrooms. You got your drink? Yeah, you're good. Actually, you could use a little bit more. Alright, so we need to get more bedrooms online. But those will be our first actual guests staying at this place. Yeah, see, they're restricted to Area 1. Transport pod crash. Go find this person. Where did they crash? Where did they crash? Oh, that's not the one I'm thinking of. Seeking a place to land. I will be attacked by Neanderthals. Will attack the crash ship. 2 citizens and cataphracts. Deal. Well, that's gonna be interesting. That's gonna force them to go into my kill box. If they show up right away, I'm gonna have the caravan to defend it with, and I won't even have to worry about it. Excellent. We're just gonna go ahead and, just a precaution, restrict everyone to Area 1. And the reason I'm doing that is that way my people aren't running outside this perimeter. They get themselves in trouble. Because that just might force this caravan to deal with it. Because the Neanderthals should have to go in through this front area or smash through one of my walls. Where are you going? What do you know that I don't know? Let's just get everyone ready. What do you know that I don't know? Okay, thank you for the heads up. Guest, could you please not walk immediately into the fire line? Guest. Guest, please. You don't need to die this way. Well, the unfortunate thing is there's no survivors for me to take hostage as a means of, you know, getting ourselves a little bit more blood. I think I know what the problem is. Because I have been leaving a door open back here, they don't see any route to reach me, so they're just attacking. Leaving this door back here, they should see as a route to get to me now. Okay, that's fine. Yay, rescue shuttle. Cool. And we maxed out our reputation again. We have a raid dropping from everywhere. Attacks immediately. Collapse everyone in. Pig. Alright, let's grab this group and start working them over here. Intercept that group. Oh, please, child, no. No, 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 run, child. Run, 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 run. Sneak past it. Sneak past it. Keep running, child. Got to the right so you don't get shot. Go hide in your bedroom. Alright, that's good enough. Start trying to tend to that. No, don't tend without medicine. Why are you not willing to just tend? Oh, wait. Unrestricted. Alright. So send you real fast to start taking care of them. Alright, so we can go here, allow all of it. Why is my field on fire? Two wins back to back? Yeah. Sorry about that. Where's drafted? Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, I didn't see that it wasn't drafted as, like, that he wasn't part of everything else. And so I was, like, watching the child run into the middle of the enemy force, like, wait a second, wait a second, wait a second, please don't do that. I don't think the Dryads are gonna make it. Did you remove the name? Yeah, so the way you've been doing it these days, Uranus, is when we have a new person to name, is I do like a giveaway thing. So basically, at the time we get the person will say, all right, anyone who wants to be named after this person, like, you know, put out the vote kind of thing. We're doing it that way people who show up later on the stream can do it, and then I don't have to worry about enabling and disabling it again. All right. The guests are all like, why are there corpses there? Where it's like, look, man, it's been a rough couple of days. To be fair, none of them are our corpses. I'll try to start taking a nap. Busy weekend ahead. Gotcha. Well, thank you for all the help, Eunuch. Why would you stop with 2 of these still here? Finish these fires, then worry about the other one. If you finish these fires over here, then the fire no longer spreads over here at all. And of course, it's wrecking the heal route. Brutal outdoors because you've been outside too long. Alright, so you're running around dazed because you're tired. Oh wait, you can... Oh, never mind, you're out of break. I was about to say, you can solve this. You can just walk over and do the pop your smoke backpack, and that would put it out. Me went outside 5 minutes, brutal outdoors, pretty much. Where is all this fire coming from? I don't even remember seeing them start a fire. Not that I remember. There may have been, and I was just so tied up on the fight that I didn't notice the, like, didn't notice the whole storm or whatever, but I don't think there was one. All right. I'll make sure everyone's... Okay, no one else is on restriction. I do appreciate that they delivered me wild animals to butcher. Oh, surprisingly, a lot of dryads are going to make it. I figured almost all the dryads were dead when they were all injured. Alright, so we got another light machine gun. Honestly, you go and take that light machine gun. Gift from the Broken Dominion. They expected more than you. They won't come back anytime soon. Yet they paid us 25 medicine. You're really sending me some mixed signals there, buddy. Like, we hated it here. Here's a whole lot of medicine. They were just upset because there's a giant heap of corpses here the whole time. That and the food supplies are getting dangerously low. Which is why I expanded all this. Now, granted, it burned down. Why are you beating people up in my colony?
Alright. Oh. We can take all these and switch them no longer to be guest beds. And make these for prisoners. To get them all back into normal beds so they're not as upset about it. Trying to see who are our cooks, who can spare. We have Rongor, Kalari, and that. Masterwork wooden shelf. Prioritize you on butchering just so hopefully you can get some of these animals we killed to not go to complete waste. Alright, so storage. You're going to be just set to preferred. And just herbal medicine. And same here. Storage, preferred, herbal medicine, and that'll be for when we have prisoners later. Alright, you're getting the last of the animals taken care of. Sorry. Okay, solar flare. Lovely. Okay, so it looks like we will get all the animals. We might miss on just this last boar, but that's not bad. It just gives us a lot more, like, raw food to work with. Still fermenting stuff. Alright, both of them got bruised up again. And how are we doing? So we need more hemoglobin, so... that'll be the new punishment anytime someone social fights, is they become the donors for blood feeding. Because actions need to have consequences, and I need a source of blood. So, we'll just keep doing that. Alright, so we're getting more meals made. We're doing good there. We have the one door down there to build. Alright, it's got a manhunter pack of 1 billion Arctic foxes. And unfortunately, this door is still missing. Let's try and get people in position as fast as we can. Melee. Bunch up. Ranged. Fall in behind them. Be fast. Be faster. Be much faster. Oh, they're doing the thing where they're sharing a tile. This is a bug that I hate. Because now what's going to happen is they're literally going to push over my people. Like, they're literally expanding out. I've lost so many colonies to that. Because they're not supposed to be able to do that.
Okay, are all of them down? Yes. Alright, so who got messed up how bad? You're in really bad shape here. So actually, you deal with Tolpanzer. Donkey Duff is also in bad shape, but you're down, so you can't coagulate them. You're bruised, apparently. So Tolpanzer is the most immediate dire situation, and you're pretty bad as well. So we're going to send Michigander over to start tending to you right where you stand. Michigander, who has their baby with them. Okay, hang on. We got a problem with that. You drop them. You start tending to them immediately. You get home. All right. Okay, so I gotta watch. We got a bunch of people who are hurt and bleeding pretty badly. That's because that bugged out where they just kind of like forced through as like one big balloon. Oh, come on. Who's nearby? Rongor. I need you to move him out of the rot stink. You do not have much time. Involuntary death rest. That's fine with me, actually. Medical emergency. I'm working on it. Okay, stop what you're doing. Any one of the doctors. Who's the nearest doctor who's not working on something? You're working on stuff. Donkey Dust being treated. You're not downed. Please go fast. Please go faster. Oh my god, please. Do we have any other doctors who are not currently busy? Not that one. Oh no, I take that back. I changed that. Please. I don't want Strider to die. You're down, you're down. Coagulate. Strider's saved. Donkey Duff, you're saved. Okay. Anyone else on the edge of death? Let's see. How do I get as good as RimWorld as you? This is gonna sound not great, but play more. Like you'll learn. You can watch other people play and kind of pick up tips and tricks. Whenever you die, try and go, okay, what was the thing that led to the series of events that caused me to die? Not just I got raided and I got wrecked. Be like, okay, I got raided. What were the possible things I could have done before this raid occurred to have better prepared myself for that. Alright. So I got a whole bunch of people down, but no one's dead, so that's good news. All the medical emergencies are in good shape. Now, downside is you need... Where'd you go? Oh, never mind. You already got your extra blood. That's fine. We'll start death rest since you need it anyways. Let's see, the raid I died last time had 4 of my pawns die to 30 invaders. I think I could have done much. Yeah, like, usually there was stuff you need to do earlier on to prepare, like, to be in a better situation for those kind of raids. Sometimes RimWorld could be just a jerk, but those things you gotta deal with. Alright, so you go get your rifle. This makes me think having 3 hospital beds isn't nearly enough. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, no, it's, Alright, who's got an infection? Darstrider. You're already on it, so good. It's a torso dart infection, so there's no... making it not a problem. You're not hungry, so I don't gotta worry about that. Oh, okay, everyone's unrestricted. Yeah, considering right now I'm using all 8 of my 8 medical beds. And that's with 4 really solid doctors and everything present. Yeah, I actually don't have enough medical beds at the moment, which is okay. Alright, so Donkey Duff is up. Relax a ranged weapon. I don't remember where you dropped your ranged weapon because we had so many people going down here. There's just so much junk in here now. Because if I was down there, that was Strider's rifle there. Right now, you just go ahead and take it. Doesn't matter who has the weapons. If it just lays in the water, it'll rot, and that's just a waste. All right. And slowly they're all getting back up. Yeah, okay, so you're winning against your infection. What are you doing? Oh, you're playing. That's fair. They're still working on that room. Okay. Alright, so Proner's back up. Go ahead and grab your spear. So it's not laying in the water anymore. Yeah, somewhere there's a ranged weapon that got dropped. I didn't see where, because I expected it to be near the hospital. I mean, there's that. I guess that's probably all it was. The shotgun over there, but I don't really care about that. I'm guessing it was dropped and someone already put it away, but this place has become such a mess, it's impossible to see what the heck's going on in here. Could you repeat the answer to my question a bit ago? We got thrown back up again. Oh, yeah. So, generally speaking, the best thing you could do is, as you're playing through the game and trying to, you know, like, go and try and figure out, like, what what was the thing that led to the series of events that got you killed, or when you die, if you could, like, you know, go back in time, is there something you could do to have prepared yourself for that kind of thing? You'll have a lot of times those kind of things that happen. So, like, we'll sit and go, oh, I only had 4 people with weapons against a huge group. It's like, all right, was there ways you could bottleneck? Because, like, for example, really large melee attacks, you can bottleneck them in, like, a single space, have like, a melee pawn block the door, and put range behind them. Sometimes you can also sit there and have your ranged here, and then, like, when they start closing the gap, run out the door, so that they either have to fight through the door or drop back to try and kite them around. Just try and come up with ways to, like, give yourself breathing room. Or it's be more aggressive in your recruitment kind of thing. There's lots of different ways to approach it. But it's basically to come up with strategies that counter stuff. The other thing you do is, like, watch people who stream or do videos, all that kind of stuff. They can be a pretty good way to learn a whole bunch as well. Like, you'll have stuff you'll try that'll just absolutely fail, and you go, okay, let's not do that again. Or you'll have times that you take a death and, like, this is the moment I made the mistake. It's like, I can very distinctly see that, you know, I wanted to fight them here, I positioned wrong, which instead of going into where I had cover, they had cover instead. You know, basically got outflanked. It's like, and you can learn those lessons. But not all your deaths are going to have that very obvious, this is where I messed up. You know, with, like, the hospital, like, when you run out of medicine and you start struggling, it's like, oh, okay, I ran out of medicine. In the future, I need to be a little bit more aggressive on my getting medicine, whether it's trade or growing or however you plan on getting your medicine. Alright, so people are finally getting healed up. Okay, not too long are we switching over to Palia. That has been the intent for the second half of the stream. We've just been putting it off because they went down for maintenance. Medical emergency, that'll be that infection. Yeah, you're more than 20% ahead. I could have you starving and not take care of anything and you'd be okay. So it should be back up now. And this will be the first time have played it. For those who do not know what Palia is, it is a slice of life game. So think like Stardew Valley and that, but it's also an MMO. I've heard some people who really, really love it, and I've heard some people are kind of like just... I haven't heard anyone said it's outright terrible. I've heard some people just say it's kind of underwhelming. So, you know, no idea. We'll check it out. Alright, we got a person to trade with here. Okay, so let's see. Do you have stuff I want? I would like your steel. I'm actually doing really good on components. I'm going to avoid buying them right now. And just the reason I'm going to avoid buying them is it's just more stuff to clutter things up. Get rid of the normal statue. Get rid of the normal clothes as well. Basically just treat them as stuff I can sell. We'll keep the dye. We don't have a huge surplus of that, so we'll keep those. Go ahead and take the leathers we have. That fox meat is probably right about to rot anyway, so I can have that too. Cool. Yeah, that fox meat is gonna rot in like half a day, so... Alright. Do you play CRPGs? One second. I always actually lose track of people like CRPG, this RPG, that RPG. I lose track of which one's what. Like, I know A is action RPG. I know JRPG is like the old Final Fantasy games or JRPG. I'm trying to remember which one CRPG is. Like, is that like, what's the one? Classic RPGs? You're gonna have to define it closer than that. Like, you're talking classic RPGs like NetHack, you're talking classic RPGs like Dragon Quest, you're talking classic RPGs like... I mean, Chrono Trigger wouldn't be the same. They're Western RPGs. That still doesn't tell me anything. Give me a game example. Like Baldur's Gate 2. Okay, thank you. I haven't played them on the channel though. Like, I do enjoy games like Baldur's Gate. Yep. No, I do enjoy those. I haven't played any of them on the channel. Those can be pretty tough to stream sometimes. Like, right now I know Baldur's Gate 3 is doing really well because it just released and it's been one of the first, like, really good RPGs produced of that nature in a while. Just not that the ones being produced aren't good, there just haven't been many produced in a long while. But, I don't typically stream those. I tend to stream a lot of, like, city builders, settlement builders, tycoon, roguelike, roguelite, the occasional action RPG, simulation, all that kind of stuff, slice of life games, which, you know, slice of life being like Stardew Valley, Sunhaven, Coral Island. You should look into Under Rail on your own time. Started 5 days ago, 60 hours in, alright? Nice. I do have a game suggestions channel on the Discord, because I'm really terrible about if people tell me stuff during stream, since I do stream for 11 hours and I'm, you know, juggling 30 different priorities when I'm streaming. I forget, like, if I don't get a chance to write stuff down, I forget about it. Like, it's not a matter of interest or what other, just... It's too hard to keep up with stuff if I don't write it down. Alright, so our crop is getting really bad where it got all burned down. We've still got a hole in our fence there. A bunch of our dryads weren't producing wood for a while because they were downed. That said, I do think we are going to be switching over to Polya now. We've been intending on doing that through the whole stream, and it came back up a little bit ago. I want to give it a little bit for the queues to go down, but I've been wanting to check that out. Like I said, it's a slice of life MMORPG, well, not MMORPG, MMO, just straight up MMO, that my understanding is it works kind of like Stardew Valley, where you have your own farm and everything, but then when you go to, like, the town and all that, then it's MMO. We'll see how good it is. If we enjoy it, we play more of it. If it's kind of like, then we will move on. But in the meantime, let me go ahead and I'm going to stop the recording that I do for putting this up on YouTube later.